Oh, the undisputed DJ. Why me free more? I'm a damn coming. Yammy, why me free more? Yes, to be your man. Yet, I'm a man. You can't tell me so sad. Immediately, our problem. So, what I can't tell you change. I swap out, I swap my some of them say, baby, say, I come and sit down. Baby, say, I come and say, Tia, I say, I say, it that's what man. I forget me. That's what man. When I'm sorry, I can't believe it. And come back and tell me down. I say,
From the Baptist DJ to the Baptist DJ, from the CHRAJ to the Lord of the Master Magician, the 12-finger DJ, and nails it with just a touch. DJ Absolute, touching more life with a simple scratch.
Thank you, Jesus. Hallelujah.
The undisputed teacher. DJ AfCCoDR.
Hello. Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we appreciate your presence here this morning. We urge you to fill any empty space in front of you apart from the white seats. If there's any seats in front of you and it's empty, kindly occupy it for us. Kindly occupy the empty seat for us so that those who will join us later will not distract us. They will just feel safe for us. So kindly. Now, once again, if you have also not registered or if you are yet to register, we urge you to quickly go out and make sure you have one of our tags, either you're a delegate, a panelist, a co-speaker, take a title and come in once again. If you are yet to register, kindly do so. Your record is very important to us, so please make sure you register. You give us your email address and your phone number. We'd like to interact with you after today. We'd like to engage you after today. Wonderful. We don't want to do the Ghana time. We want to stick to professional and international standard, though we are about 10 minutes late to the start of the program. I told my colleagues that we'll proceed with or without the others. I'm sure they'll join us in the course of the discussions and deliberations. Okay. 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 So whatever religion that we belong to, whatever faith that we profess, quickly, we all respect the Creator. On that note, we want a volunteer to share a word of prayer with us in any language that he or she is comfortable with. Any language you are comfortable, kindly volunteer and pray with us. Thank you.
Please, shall we pray? In humbleness, we come before you, our Creator, Heavenly Father. Your name is the Lord God Almighty. We are in your presence. We commit this meeting and conference into your care. Father, take us through after crossing. We'll give you glory. Those who are on their way coming, Father, bring them safely. We thank you in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much. I'll also remind us that some you also prepare for the closing prayer as well. Whilst we sit, prepare yourself for the closing prayer. Now, when you check on your program, we are supposed to introduce our key personalities, distinguished guests that we have officially invited. However, I will skip that and move to the second session. After that, I'll come back and introduce them. I've been told some are still on the registration table, so I'll come back to them. This morning, we are happy to be here, and I'm sure we all know the purpose of our national and international standard. To the invitation letters that were sent out, we stake out the objective for this meeting and for this purpose. It is all about the Paralegal Conference, and this is first of its kind. We believe and we hope that it will continue. We are glad you make your time to be with us. We want to take from the Executive Director for the Center for National Interest and Research, Executive Director of the Center for National Interest and Research, to give us his opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our convener, Executive Director for the Center.
Good morning to all of us. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, conference participants, fellow paralegals and legal executives. On behalf of the Center for National Interest and Research, I am honored to welcome you to the Paralegal Conference 2024, which forms part of the Centenary Agenda Initiative championed by the Center for National Interest in collaboration with the Centenary Agenda Secretariat, Ghana. These ambitious initiatives seeks to create an inclusive, solution-oriented welfare state society over the next 33 years that Ghana will be 100 years. Leading up to Ghana's centenary anniversary in 2057, just like the judicial service, lawyers and judges take time off during the yearly legal vacation to reflect on their work at conferences. This Paralegal Conference has also come to stay as part of that legal vacation. Our goal is to provide a platform for Ghana's paralegals and legal executives to reflect on their contributions to the country's development. In Ghana's legal system, we have judges, lawyers, juries, mediators, arbitrators, legal executives, and paralegals, each playing a vital role in administering justice. Importantly, paralegals and legal executives are not lawyers, just as mediators and arbitrators are not judges. Paramedics are not doctors, and craftsmen, artisan technicians, and technologists are not engineers. Each profession has its own distinct role, responsibilities, and expertise. The paralegal and legal executive space in Ghana is incredibly broad and crucial in addressing the challenge of the lawyer to population ratio, ensuring greater access to justice delivery for all. Ghana faces significant barriers to justice, including high costs and long delays, which prevent many citizens from accessing the formal justice system, especially in the rural areas. To combat these challenges, initiatives such as the Justice for All program, the Paperless Court Initiative, and the Anti-Corruption Action Plan and the Public Defender Division has been launched to increase access to justice, particularly for the poor and the vulnerable. This conference aims to achieve several key objectives. One, enhance capacity building for paralegals and legal executives. Promote collaboration among legal professionals, policymakers, and stakeholders. Improve the lawyer to population ratio, ensuring greater access to justice for all. Establish standards for paralegal practice and education. Foster innovation and technology adoption in the legal profession. Strengthen the role of paralegals in supporting justice delivery and national development. The Legal Aid Commission, with support from UNDP, Ghana, and civil society organizations, has given effect to the provision made in the Legal Aid Act 2018 through a legislative instrument in 2022. While this is a great move, we believe it's insufficient for regulating paralegals in Ghana. We urge the government to transform the current draft LI with the Attorney General into an act. These will provide full effect to the practice and proper regulation of paralegals and legal executives in Ghana, ensuring clarity and consistency in the profession. Over the next few hours, we will engage in a thought-provoking discussion, insightful presentations, and interactive sections. Esteemed speakers and panelists will delve into critical topics, including collaboration, paralegal law, regulation, and best practices. I would like to express my gratitude to our conference partners, sponsors, and supporters for their admirable contributions. Your support has enabled us to convey this important gathering. To my fellow legal and legal executives, I encourage you to actively engage in the discussion, share experiences, and forge connections. Your participation will lead to our collective understanding and inform strategies for the advancement of the paralegal profession. Thank you very much. Let us work together to promote justice, equality, and development in Ghana. Welcome. And let's engage. Thank you.
So check for us. What we have been told that there are a lot of us here, and the only time an opportunity for us is also to pass a mic around to just say your name, your institution. We are just a family. At least we need to know who is here. Now, Chairman has officially opened the session for us. Oh, okay. Okay, beautiful. Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Wonderful. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we want to have a word from the chair of the occasion, and the person of Mr. Seko. Respectfully, please. A word round of applause for the chairman today.
Thank you, sir. I must say I'm deeply honored to be your chairman for this occasion. This is a very special gathering, and I believe we are all aware that paralegals play a very vital role in the justice delivery program. So it is very important that we have gathered here today to share some ideas as to the roles that the paralegals play in the justice delivery system. I believe that with your support, we shall steer the activities of this August conference to a successful end. Thank you very much.
That was brief and snappy. Thank you very much. Once again, with that as our chairman, we can do it better for him. God bless you. Now, with your kind permission, permit me to also introduce in our midst a rep from the Attorney General's office, Mr. George Saki, if you are here. Mr. George Saki, wonderful. Mr. George Saki from Attorney General, the Ministry of Justice. We also have a rep from the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, CHRAJ. Madam Abena or Ms. Abena Yabua, if you are here, wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you for honoring our invitation. I've seen some staff personnel from the Legal Aid Commission. I'm sure you're also waiting for your director. Just give us a wave from the Legal Aid Commission. If you're from the Legal Aid Commission, okay. All right, so from the Legal Aid Commission, we also have, I see a rep from the Commonwealth Human Rights Institute. You're also here? Okay, all right, yet to be here, but I've seen Gideon around. Then for continuous professional development, Mr. Anthony Adi, you are here. Wonderful, wonderful, one of our conveners. Joining him is also Mr. Isaac Asare, also from the Continuous Professional Development Center. Mr. Isaac Asare is also with us. Yet to join us, Ms. Mina Mensah. From the University of Ghana Law School, Ms. Catherine A.A. Ablobiche, if you are here, I hope I got the surname right. A.A. Ablobiche, are you with us? Okay, thank you very much. Like I did mention, whilst we wait for the others, we are few. In a minute or two, we want to say our name, where we are, the institution we are representing. I know you have the list there, but I want to know you. So I'm just starting from here, then I'll come around, we continue.
My name is Lois Johnson. I came as a private.
My name is Asante Joseph. I'm from SIC Insurance.
Fruitful day to all of us. My name is William Dankwa Oforiata. I'm a chief and a mediator at the Weja District Court. Thank you.
I'm Mavis Sadao, a mediator from Weja Court.
I am Enoch Otuwa, National Association of ADR, Basic Court.
Akpakli Moses, Security Intelligence Analyst.
I'm Dr. Mbawin Sambala Wimpini. I'm a product of IPLS. I did a professional executive master in ADR. I'm aspiring to join the legal fraternity, and I also pursued a criminal law certificate with the Presbyterian University. I'm an alternative medicine practitioner. Thank you very much.
My name is Benan Asari, Novices Africa Group. I'm an ADR practitioner.
I'm David Cabo, District Court, Bandai, Process Management Clerk.
I am Reverend ASP Christopher Lee from Ghana Prison Service, but I've come on my own with my own interests here.
Martin Hodoli. I'm on my own here.
Reverend Daniel Nisaka Ado, private, sir.
I'm Bafajimai, private investigator and also youth for human rights.
I'm Bernard Strako. I'm from Youth for Human Rights International. Thank you.
I'm Estelle Kwe. I'm from Youth for Human Rights Council International.
My name is Abna Fakoma Prempe. I'm a member of the Greater Accra Mediators Association. Thank you.
My name is Samson Kofi Nyako, a missionary and course instructor.
My name is Eric Malfo. I'm a journalist with Ghana News Agency.
Hi, my name is Gideon Nikwe. I'm trained from the Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative.
Faustina Jackson, Youth for Human Rights International Council.
Frances J.P. Gabra, Youth for Human Rights Council International.
Michael Entry, ADR, Kaneshie Adabranca Courts.
Evelyn Annan Hayford, a student from Ghana Telecom.
Gabriel Tay, Health Promotion Officer.
Kwame Usun Kwantabisa, Youth for Human Rights International.
Ejewa Usun Kwantabisa, Youth for Human Rights.
Kwesi Jenim Watson, ICM Ghana Coordinator. Yes, we are.
Lawrence Amati, a missionary.
I am AfCCoDR, an Inspire organization.
I'm Doris Senin, a member of Adasongo Advocacy Forum.
Osebosu Jones, Contract Manager for Nedge Ghana Limited.
I am Ishmael Otenoe from the Department of Social Welfare.
Sokachi Mauli, private.
I'm Ivona Pierre from Global Institute of ADR.
I'm John Kwanzaa from Global Institute of ADR Center.
Lawe Hushi from Adasongo Advocacy Forum.
I'll be Daniel Kwame from SK West.
My name is Kanote Onyame, a member of the Center for National Interest and Research.
Dr. Akaku Sutete, member of Center for National Interest and Research.
Elizabeth Anso from a private legal firm.
Robert Lai from GIPC.
Maurice Tete Oakland Okronipa, Prophetic Ministries.
Lawson Emmanuel Lawet, Overseer of International Justice Ministry.
Godwin K. Wilson for CEPIL platform and with love. CEPIL stands for Center for Public Interest Law.
I'm Nelson Yakweho, ADR trained, yet to practice, and the staff of the Ghana Education Service.
So, my name is Priscilla Chenimo. I'm a legal services provider. My business name is Harmony Home Empire. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Collins Asilevi. I work with Ghana Health Service. I'm also a law student, Ghana School of Law, Makola.
My name is Barbara Gupini, a law student.
I'm Nado Leadote, law student as well.
My name is Yao Kwabiabaini from Legal Aid Commission.
I am Fafanati from Legal Aid Commission.
I'm Beatrice Nawali from the
George Hawkins, professional investigator.
Ajiti Tego, Life Outreach Mission.
Belinda Zuma, Peace Pulse Network.
Mohammed Kataba, Real Estate Agency Council.
Sewa Dankwa, Judicial Service.
Edna Sedem Abuchi Atiapa, private legal practitioner and a mediator.
My name is Abdul Salam Yusuf. I'm the country director for the African Institute of Small Scale Mining.
I'm Masood Habib Said, Chief of Bora Songhai, Greater Accra.
I'm Alhaji Sadat Moro Mesa, Zongo Chief in Ashifala, Ashamwaga South.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. In our midst, let me quickly do this. Is Na Ayele Nobacha the first. She's the Queen for Youth and Children under the auspices of the Ga Manche. Ladies and gentlemen, Na Ayele, let's give us a round of applause. Thank you very much, Na Nobache the first. Now, the introduction quickly made me aware that indeed everybody who matters as far as paralegal or some form of legal access is concerned is here. And indeed, we couldn't invite any other person than all the stakeholders to join us on this beautiful day. Let's give a round of applause to all of ourselves. Thank you very much for making it this morning. We wouldn't want to bother you with a lot of speeches, but I've been told that the media once again want to hear from the convener in summary, what is the purpose of our gathering? Once again, I've been signaled by the media that they want to hear from the convener. At least if they are reporting, the reporting should focus on the purpose of gathering. Once again, I want to invite Mr. Okanse, our chair for the Center for National Research and Interest, kindly say a word or two for the cameras. So we quickly go to the Ministry of Justice for our keynote address.
And then good morning once again. My name is Ebenezer Jabakuku Diabo Okanse. Also a court connected with ADR at Ajabin Court. I've seen my friend introduce himself, so I also have to. Once again, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, conference participants, fellow paralegals and legal executives. On behalf of the Center for National Interest and Research, I am honored to welcome you to the Paralegal Conference 2024, which forms part of the Centenary Agenda Initiative championed by the Center for National Interest and Research in collaboration with the Centenary Agenda Secretariat, Ghana. This ambiguous initiative seeks to create an inclusive, solution-oriented welfare state in society over the next 33 years, leading up to Ghana's centenary anniversary in 2057. Just like the judicial service, lawyers and judges take time off during the yearly legal vacation to reflect on their work at conferences. This Paralegal Conference has also come to stay as part of the legal vacation exercise. Our goal is to provide a platform for Ghanaian paralegals and legal executives to reflect on their contributions to the country's development. In Ghana's legal system, we have judges, lawyers, jurists, mediators, arbitrators, legal executives, and paralegals, each playing a vital role in administering justice. Importantly, paralegals and legal executives are not lawyers, just as mediators and arbitrators are not judges. Paramedics are not doctors, and craftsmen, artisans, technicians, technologists are not engineers. Each profession has its distinct role, responsibilities, and expertise. The paralegal and legal executive space in Ghana is incredibly broad and crucial in addressing the challenge of the law to population ratio, the lawyer to population ratio, ensuring greater access to justice delivery for all. Ghana faces significant barriers to justice, including high costs and long delays, which prevent many citizens from accessing the formal justice system, especially in the rural areas. To combat these challenges, initiatives such as the Justice for All program, the Paperless Court Initiative, the Anti-Corruption Action Plan, and the Public Defenders Division has been launched by government to increase access to justice, particularly for the poor and the vulnerable. This conference aims to achieve several key objectives. One, to enhance capacity building for paralegals and legal executives in Ghana, promote collaboration among legal professionals, policymakers, and stakeholders, improve the lawyer to population ratio, ensuring greater access to justice for all, establish standards for paralegals and paralegal practice and education, foster innovation and technology adoption in the legal profession, strengthen the role of paralegals in supporting justice delivery and national development. The Legal Aid Commission, which with support from UNDP, Ghana, and civil society organizations, has given effect to the provision made in the Legal Aid Act 2018 through a legislative instrument in 2022. While this is a great move, we believe it is insufficient for regulating paralegals in Ghana. We urge the government to transform the current draft of the LI with the Attorney General into an act. This will provide full effect to the practice and proper regulation of paralegals and legal executives in Ghana, ensuring clarity, consistency in the profession. Over the next few hours, we will engage in thought-provoking discussion, insightful presentations, and interactive sections. Our esteemed speakers and panelists will delve into critical topics, including collaboration, paralegal law, regulation, and best practices. I would like to express my gratitude to our conference partners, sponsors, and supporters for their invaluable contributions. Your support has enabled us to convey this important gathering. To my fellow paralegals and legal executives, I encourage you to actively engage in the discussions, share experiences, and forge meaningful connections. Your participation will enrich our collective understanding and inform strategies for advancements of the paralegal profession. Thank you for joining us. Let us work together to promote justice, equality, and development in Ghana. Welcome, and let us begin the conference once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Convener Mr. Okansi. God bless you. I'm sure the media, you've been able to capture it and capture it well. Ladies and gentlemen, in our midst, there's a rep from the Ministry of Justice and Attorney General. I've been told I have to go up for the cameras as well. I'm a shy person, so I don't like camera. That's why I'm avoiding the camera every minute. Okay, you can see me very well. Now the podium is for the special guests. That's why I want to excuse myself from the podium. We'd like to invite from the Ministry of Justice and Attorney General, Mr. George Saki, to give us a keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a round of applause. So keep clapping until he gets there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. I'm representing the Honorable Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana. I'm not the Attorney General. I'm a state attorney, and I am George Tete Saki. Now, we have the theme, enhancing access to justice delivery through effective paralegal legal executive practice and effective collaboration. Mr. Chairperson, Nime Name, the Executive Director of the Center for National Interest and Research, the founder and president of the Africa Center for Collaborative Dispute Resolution, panelists, the media, ladies and gentlemen, I deem it a privilege to stand before you this morning on behalf of the Honorable Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana, the Honorable Mr. Godfrey Yabuadame, on this august occasion, that is the Paralegal Conference 2024. Circumstances and then other demands of national assignments have taken him elsewhere. May I take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Center for National Interest and Research and the Institute of Paralegals and Legal Executives, the Africa Center for Collaborative Dispute Resolution, AfCCoDR, for organizing this conference. And then the theme is enhancing access to justice delivery through effective paralegal, legal education, legal executive practice, and effective collaboration. And this reflects the urgent need to broaden our understanding of how justice is delivered and to recognize the essential role paralegals and legal executives play. In our quest for justice to all, we encounter the reality faced by countless Ghanaians, especially the marginalized, in accessing adequate legal services as a result of financial constraints and the limited pool of legal professionals. Paralegals are key players in bridging this gap, offering critical support services that empower individuals to exercise their rights and navigate the legal system. It is necessary, however, that we expand our understanding of the value that paralegals and legal executives bring, not just in the realm of the traditional legal aid, but also in corporate organizations, international institutions, and governance structures, both locally and global. While paralegals have traditionally been seen as working primarily in legal aid and the public sector, their skills are increasingly sought after by corporate organizations, international bodies, and specialized agencies. Paralegals play a critical role in corporate compliance, contract management, regulatory adherence, and corporate governance. Local entities such as the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, and the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, GIPC, have employed paralegals in ensuring their operational framework meets regulatory standards. These organizations rely on paralegals to manage corporate filings, review contracts, and ensure compliance with national laws and international best practices. International organizations such as the World Bank, the United Nations, and countless non-governmental organizations employ paralegals to manage projects in ensuring that legal frameworks are upheld in global operations. Paralegals within such institutions assist in drafting international agreements, conducting due diligence on contracts, and facilitating dispute resolution mechanisms. They help in enforcing international norms while keeping projects within legal and ethical boundaries. Furthermore, IT agencies and organizations dealing with digital infrastructure require paralegals to assist in drafting contracts, intellectual property rights, and data protection issues. Paralegals are of importance in ensuring compliance with the relevant legal protocols in these fields. In the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, ICSID, paralegals play a vital role. In Ghana, we have paralegals being research assistants to lawyers and judges, assisting with commissioners for oaths, and the running of law offices and chambers. These personnel provide an array of services ranging from assisting with preparation of legal documentation, management of case records, and serving as a conduit between legal practitioners and their clients in certain areas. The contribution of paralegals can range from provision of legal aid, regulatory compliance, and upholding of human rights. Their output can permeate a wide area of the legal field. The contribution of paralegals to the growing area of alternative dispute resolution cannot be underestimated. They contribute meaningfully to the domestic and international scene in the conclusion of peaceful resolution to otherwise highly contentious issues. The Legal Aid Commission Act of 2018, Act 977, statutorily enables paralegals become an intricate part of the ADR process. In this regard, the Ministry of Justice, civil society organizations, CHRAJ, Legal Aid Commission, as well as other auxiliary agencies, will coordinate in ensuring effective collaboration in the vital initiative to enhance justice accessibility. Paralegals in corporate governance, human rights advocacy, and ADR are critical in improving access to justice delivery. Their collaboration with lawyers, legal executives, and institutions is essential in ensuring that justice is served, both within and outside the walls of our courts. To conclude, may I state that we need to recognize that paralegals are not only to be confined within the traditional court settings. They are now woven into the legal frameworks of corporate organizations, international bodies, as well as regulatory agencies. Their duties transcend basic legal support to the enhancements of justice delivery, fostering collaboration, and building social cohesion. As we gaze in optimism into the future, let us continue to buttress the growth and professionalism of the legal sector, of the paralegal sector, ensuring they are being equipped with the relevant skill, availability of competent regulation, skills, and legal backing. With effective collaboration, we can ensure that justice is accessible to all in our society. Thank you very much.
Once again, we can do it for Mr. George Saki, a rep from the Ministry of Justice and Attorney General. Thank you very much. I'm sure he has also elaborated a lot for the purpose of our gathering. My convenience keep on pushing me to go up. I told you I'm a shy person. I'm not friendly to the cameras. Okay, so after letting us know that there are series of these forms of paralegals, being it mediation, being it assistant in the chambers, preparation of documents for lawyers to go through and make it possible to the judiciary and so on and so forth. Issues about human rights, it's also a matter of concern. And this morning, we are privileged to have in our midst a rep from the institute that has been mandated by the Constitution to take charge of our human rights issues. We want to invite Our Lady, Mrs. Yabua from CHRAJ, to also give us her solidarity message.
Mr. Chairman, our Queen Mother, the Executive Director, Center for National Interest and Research, representative from the Ministry of Justice and Attorney General, representative from the Legal Aid Commission, representative from Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative Africa Office, rep from the Institution of Paralegals and Legal Executives, Director for Africa Center for Collaborative Dispute Resolution, Director, Institute of Paralegal Training and Leadership Studies, participants from the Judicial Service, members of Youth for Human Rights, law students, private institutions present, our friends from the media, our dear paralegals, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, I extend warm greetings to the paralegal community gathered here today. The Commission joins all gathered here at this year's Paralegal Conference to highlight the importance of the work of paralegals under the theme, Enhancing Access to Justice Delivery through Effective Paralegal, Legal Executive Practice, and Effective Collaboration. CHRAJ recognizes the vital role of paralegals in the justice system. Paralegals play important roles in alternative dispute resolution, advocacy, providing legal assistance, collaborating with other stakeholders to promote justice for the marginalized and vulnerable populations, among other roles. The tireless efforts by paralegals in promoting access to justice is truly commendable. As we celebrate the contribution of paralegals to the justice system, CHRAJ also acknowledges the challenges paralegals face in their work, such as limited resources, the need for career advancement opportunities, limited recognition and regulation, among others. Amid these challenges, the Commission reaffirms its commitment to supporting the work of paralegals through collaborative training and capacity building initiatives for paralegals, public education, community outreach programs, and advocacy for public reforms and guidelines for paralegal practice. We encourage all paralegals to continue your crucial work in promoting access to justice. As we celebrate the milestones achieved, let us continue to support paralegals to enhance access to justice delivery. May our collective efforts bring justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yeboah from Abena Kunadu Yeboah. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate her once again. Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice. With the kind permission, if we have Sultan Adamu Mohammed, His Excellency, if you are in our midst, kindly make yourself known to us. His Excellency Abd Sultan Adamu Mohammed, if you are here, or the rep, if you are here, kindly let us know. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to also officially launch the Paralegal Legal Executive Mediators and Arbitrators Excellence Award for 2024. We are here to also launch the Paralegal Legal Executives, Mediators, Arbitrators, and Excellence Award. To do as the honors, we want to invite all right, so now that we are heard, still we are yet to receive our rep from Legal Aid. We want to, if CHRI, the solidarity message, okay, we also yet. So we skip to the African Center for Collaborative Dispute Resolution to also give us their solidarity message. Mr. Azekasari will do that on behalf of the Institute. From there, we'll go to the Institute of Paralegal Training and Leadership to also give us their solidarity message. Mr. Azekasari, please.
Thank you, MC. Mr. Chair, permit me to stand on the existing protocols and deliver my solidarity message. Thank you. It is with great immense pride and sense of shared purpose as a collaborative partner for this conference that I deliver this solidarity message on behalf of the African Center for Collaborative Dispute Solution, AfCoDR. At this landmark Paralegal Conference, which is the maiden one in Ghana and also probably Africa, under the theme Enhancing Access to Justice Delivery Through Effective Paralegal, Legal Executive and Effective Collaboration, is a significant platform for advancing the ideals of justice, inclusivity, and innovation in our legal system. The role of paralegals and legal executives in ensuring access to justice cannot be overstated for many Ghanaians and citizens across Africa, particularly those in underserved communities. The path to justice remains fraught with obstacles. The high cost of legal representation, geographical barriers, and the complexities of our judicial system often leave the most vulnerable without a voice. If you live in where I was born, you understand it because you walk like 5 miles before you come to town and even see a police station. At AfCoDR, we have witnessed firsthand how paralegals and legal executives are transforming justice delivery and through alternative dispute solution mechanisms, particularly mediation and arbitration under the Alternative Dispute Solution Act. Paralegals are not only permitted to represent parties in mediation, but can also serve as mediators and arbitrators. Through the work of paralegals and legal executives, we are fostering a culture of peaceful conflict resolution that has the potential to bring about social cohesion in our communities. Paralegals are playing a pivotal role, not just in the international bodies like the World Bank and ICID, as well as the locally like the GIPC, as the rep of the minister mentioned, and also Security and Exchange Commission and other agencies are also using them. I think last year I saw an advert in Graphic where Telecel was looking for paralegals. So these are things that are coming and which is good to have. These professionals are ensuring justice is accessible in every corner of society, from regulatory bodies to ICT agencies, making ADR a key tool in their legal work or legal arsenal. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative and Paul's Foundation. Can you clap for them? They've been using paralegals so well in ensuring that they get bail for people who have been arrested and also access to justice for prisoners, remand prisoners who have been dumped in the prison and not having anyone to work for them. As ADR and paralegal and legal executive become more central to justice delivery, we must emphasize the training and certification of paralegals and legal executives to ensure they can fully recognize their potential. Programs like the Advanced Certificate in Mediation, Arbitration, and Paralegal Practice offered by African Center for Collaborative Dispute Solution, the Master of Arts, General Paralegal Studies offered by the University of Ghana Law School, and other training institutions are equipping these professionals with the skills they need to serve as the mediators and arbitrators and paralegals in various dispute solution contexts, both civil and criminal. These programs ensure that our paralegals are not just support staff, but key players in ensuring access to justice. AfCoDR further calls for the need to enact law to govern, as the Executive Director mentioned, Executive Director of Center for National Interest and Research mentioned, that the enactment of the LI to give effect to what the Legal Aid Act has provided is not enough. We need a full act which will be able to use to govern the practice of paralegal within the country. So we are calling on the Ministry of Justice and Attorney General to do that for us. This conference marks a significant momentum for our shared journey towards achieving a more inclusive, collaborative, and efficient justice system. The conversation and collaboration we fostered today will lay the groundwork for the future where paralegals and legal executives are at the forefront of justice delivery, working hand in hand with lawyers, judges, and ADR professionals to ensure that justice is not a privilege for few, but a right for all. We are building a justice system that values collaboration, one where paralegals and legal executives and other stakeholders work together to improve access to justice for all. From the most marginalized in society to the large corporate entities, let us continue to empower paralegals and legal executives as critical stakeholders in this process, ensuring that their contribution recognized, valued, and supported by the legal framework and fraternity. AfCCoDR is proud to stand in solidarity, and that is why we agreed to work with Center for National Interest and Research to organize this conference and reaffirm our commitment to advancing access to justice through mediation, arbitration, paralegal practice, rule of law, and the continual professional development of paralegal and legal executives. Together, we can reshape the landscape of justice delivery in Ghana. And we want to say a big thank you to Center for National Interest and Research and the director for mooting this initiative and also making sure that we have this paralegal conference. Can we clap for them? On that note, let me thank you, and may this conference be a catalyst for change, collaboration, progress in our pursuit of justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President of the African Center for Collaborative Dispute Resolution, Mr. Isaac Asari. Thank you very much. That's speech. Ladies and gentlemen, like I did mention, as part of our discussion, we are going to have a panelists to also interact and share their ideas with that. Mr. Okansi did mention some of the steps, and of course, Mr. Saki also did mention some of the steps that the Legal Aid Commission has already begun, of course, trying to get a legislative instrument so that we regularize paralegalism in Ghana. In other jurisdictions, you bear with me that some paralegals are able to be at the lower courts and start some processing. Of course, we do not have any legal document backing the work that we do. We are trying as much as possible from the Legal Aid Commission to have that standard whereby every organization, being it in the north, in the south, wherever you are, be state and non-state, we have a standard practice whereby everyone can register and be recognized as well. This is what we are hoping that as part of our justice system, we'll be able to achieve as part of the SDG 16.2 is concerned. We want to officially, legal aid rep is still not with us, and that of, okay. So I've been told we can take a solidarity message from the Institute of Paralegal Training and Leadership Studies as well. If the rep is here, a word or two, the institute. Okay, we may have to now skip. And is the rep here? Very well. We want to invite once again Mr. Isaac Asari to lead us to officially launch the Paralegal Legal Executives, Mediators, Arbitrators, and Excellence Award. What is the short form you have written there? Plumia or what? You'll be the best person to pronounce it well. Once again, I'm sure convener will join you and chairman will also join you. You call it convener. Okay. All right. So we want to officially launch it. I also urge the panelists to also get ready. And that session will be moderated by Madam Emanuela A.A. Kankam, lawyer KK Kankam. Now, before you do that, permit me to introduce Dr. Francesca Kwesi Apia. She's from the Faculty of Law, UPSA. She's in our midst. Thank you very much, Doc, for joining us.
Oh, okay, then since she's here, then we'd like to hear from UPSA before I do the launching. Thank you. So, Doc, I'll yield the floor to you.
Let's appreciate and welcome Dr. Francesca. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. I'm here representing my dean, Professor Ernest Kofi Abochi. So I bring you warm greetings from the University of Professional Studies Law School. And I would like to say congratulations to the African Center for Collaborative Dispute Resolution, along with the Center for National Interest and Research, the Institute of Paralegals and Legal Executives for this wonderful initiative. From the University of Professional Studies Law School, we equally are trying to support provision of free legal services to indigents. So if you're not aware, I would like to take this opportunity to kindly inform you that we have the legal clinic, which we are operating under the auspices of the Legal Aid Commission, where we give free legal services to people. For now, we have over about 20 people we represent. Those are inmates from Nsawam and other prisons. So we visit the prisons to know those who have not had any legal representations. We do that. Thank you. Apart from that, we also have the other department, which is the ADR. And then of course, the advocacy department. So the ADR runs with the support of the students. This is to give the students practical experience. So we are very excited to be part of this wonderful initiative, and we look forward to supporting it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc. Hearing you have clinics, some legal clinics there, I'm happy because at AfCCoDR we have community mediation clinics that we do. We don't have an office here, but we visit the local communities. So we arrange with the chiefs and queen mothers and we go and visit the communities, receive their cases, we schedule time and go back. So I think we can work on something together so that the student can also have a first-hand information from the communities. Thank you. All right, so moving on to the launching of the Paralegal Legal Executive Mediators Arbitrators Excellence Award, PLEMI. That is the short form. If you cannot pronounce it, mention the full name. Thank you. So this is an award to recognize these individuals within the institutions and also within the access to justice sector and justice delivery sector that are doing wonderful work in ensuring that people get access to justice through the legal support that they are offering to them, and also the mediators at the court and also private mediators. So we want to recognize them. And when you go to some of the law firms, there are certain paralegals and legal executives that are working there tirelessly, ensuring that the law firms run, because the lawyers cannot go to court, come back and do certain research. They have to do it for them and all that. And we have to recognize these people. And for somebody like Mr. Adi, who is here today with us, he's not a lawyer, but the information he can give you on legal issues, he has even developed a software that when you go there, all cases, including West African cases, you can find them there. I think we can put our hands together for him. These individuals must be recognized, and we have to appreciate the effort that they are putting in ensuring that people have access to information, because once that technology is there, that software is there, you don't need to go anywhere. Once you have the software, all the laws are in just one app for you to have every law. And he keeps updating them every year to make sure that every law that we pass, it is there. These are some of the people we have to honor. And there are institutions too who are having paralegals working in their legal department, supporting the lawyers to work. And all these people, we want to recognize them. We intended to do it this year initially, but because of elections and other things within this year, we want to push it next year. So we are doing the launching today, but the main award will happen next year. The next year, these are the categories that we are going to have. I'm going to mention them. Then after that, I will invite the Executive Director of Center for National Interest and Research and also the chairperson for this conference to join me so that we launch it. I'm going to mention the award categories. So these are going to be the award categories. We are going to have Paralegal of the Year. So a Paralegal of the Year will recognize an exceptional paralegal who has demonstrated outstanding performance and dedication to the profession. We recognize that particular person. Then we also recognize Legal Executive of the Year. When we talk about legal executive, we are talking about people who support, especially when you go to the court system. They are clerks, they are the recorders. All these people are legal executives that are helping in ensuring that the people get what they are looking. Even the registrars are also part of it. So we recognize the best legal executive of the year. Then we will look at mediator of the year. Who is the mediator? When we come to private mediation, when we come to the court-connected mediation or court-annexed mediation. So we liaise with the judicial service and also liaise with private sectors so that we can get the mediator of the year, both for private sector and also for the court-connected mediation side. We also have arbitrator of the year. The same way, we have the court-connected one, then we have the private arbitration side. So we liaise with the arbitration centers to ensure that which arbitrator has been performing better per the feedback from the people, the center users. Then we are going to have outstanding contribution to access to justice award, which will recognize a professional or organization that has made a substantial impact on improving access to justice. Like the organizations that I mentioned that they are using paralegals to ensure that we improve access to justice, like CHRAJ, Pulse Foundation, and those such institutions will be recognized and awarded. Then we are going to have innovation in legal support services. Like I mentioned, Mr. Adi, that Mr. Adi has this kind of software. So these are innovations that we can support and award them. Then we are going to have best paralegal newcomer, maybe a newcomer who has joined the paralegal fraternity and is doing excellent work. We will recognize that person. Then we are going to have young practitioner of the year. So somebody like me, I'm young, so I can be recognized as a young practitioner of the year. So that is it. Then we are going to have community-based paralegal champion of the year. So we are not going to award those sitting only in the institutions in Accra. We go to the hinterlands. Who are the people that are working in the communities as community paralegals who are supporting access to justice there? We're going to award them. Then we move on to paralegal business of the year, which are there any paralegal businesses around? What kind of work do they do to support access to justice? We'll look at it and also award them. We'll look at institutions using paralegal awards. Like we mentioned, JIPC, SEC, Security and Exchange Commission. We have Telecel. We have other institutions that are using, AfCCoDR is using paralegals. There are other institutions that are using paralegals already, like Center for National Interest and Research as well. So we recognize all these institutions and award them. Then institution training paralegals award. What are the institution training paralegal? As during my solidarity message, I mentioned that AfCCoDR we do training in paralegal. We have combined mediation, arbitration, and paralegal in one course so that by the time we finish, you have all the three in one. That is what we do. We have University of Ghana that is doing a Master of Arts in General Paralegal Studies. We have Institute of Paralegal Training and Leadership Studies that is doing Executive Master in General Paralegal Studies. So these are institutions that we are going to recognize them and also award them. Then we have ADR Center of the Year. So we are going to have ADR Center of the Year. Which ADR center or mediation or arbitration center? So we recognize such center. Then we will have Public ADR Institution of the Year. When we come to ADR Center, we have both public and private. When we talk about the public, we are talking about the National Labor Commission, the Judicial Service, CHRAJ, those institutions using ADR to augment their services. So we look at their system and we award one that is actually using the system effectively. We award that particular institution. Then we have Best Court Connected Mediator of the Year. So we'll discuss with the courts so that they will give us the mediator who are able to do perfect work. When it comes to perfect, we are talking about writing of proper terms of settlements that the parties do not have any qualms over it. So we are going to do all that. Then, last but not the least, we are going to have Lifetime Achievement Award. We are going to recognize someone who has dedicated his life in improving access to justice and has also contributed to the ADR and the paralegal system. We recognize that person, and that one will be the biggest award in it. Then the award, the purpose and objective of the award is meant to promote excellence in the paralegal and ADR and mediation practice. Then also to recognize achievement, the successes that these people have chopped within the system, we recognize them. Then we also encourage innovations within the system. It's not one size to fit all. We have to encourage innovation. What ways can we do it? How can we do it? Now there is AI. How can we develop system that even in the villages, somebody can speak to an app and it can give them certain information? These are some of the things that we want people to innovate so that we can improve on it. Then also want to strengthen community, build a vibrant profession within the network, because we are not only looking at here, we want to connect with other people within the African continent. Then we are going to have a composition of council or panel who are going to scrutinize all these nominations. So when it is time for us to do the award, we are going to put out nomination forms that people will nominate. And also some of them will be through nomination. Some of them will be through recognition by the council that we put in place. So we'll have an independent chair, legal profession, paralegal and legal executive member, mediator and arbitrator, and the academic will involve them, then training institution rep, and then previous award winners. As we move on, some of the previous award winners will also be brought on board to assist in recognizing other people. So the panel responsibility will be to review and evaluate nomination, select award finalists and winners, ensure process integrity, and also to provide feedback and guidance on the process. Then, so these are going to be the thing that will surround, or the criteria that will surround the paralegal, legal executive, mediation and arbitration award. So application process, there will be online application or nomination form, selection process. Then you have a communication from the organization on when the program or the award will be held. We are going to give the winners a citation to recognize the work that they have done, and also there will be a plaque that will give it to them. So this is going to be the form of the award. So we'll give you a citation and a plaque recognizing the work that you have done. Thank you. I think we can put our hands together for this. All these initiatives was done by the Center for National Interest and Research under the leadership of Mr. Okansi. So I will now invite him and also the chairperson for this conference so that the Paralegal Conference can be launched.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so we declare the Paralegal, Legal Executives, Mediators, and Arbitration Excellence Award premier duly launched. Thank you very much. All right.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair and the Executive Director of the Center. On this note, the award ceremony is duly launched and the actual date will be communicated to all of you. Thank you. Mr. MC, you can continue from here. Thank you.
Oh, once again, let's appreciate. But I wanted to ask you some few questions. This category, isn't it too cumbersome? Even when you pan away, nationwide award, and are we not doing it from maybe the known to the unknown? We need some answers to this, please. Help us. Go back to the podium and explain to us. Because you are from the cost system, from institutions, from... Why don't you pilot it briefly before you move to other places? Convener
I think the voice I'm hearing from there, they don't support what you're asking.
No, they asked me to come and ask you.
Oh, but I also heard another thing.
No, I'm for them.
Okay.
Kindly expatiate this award system for us.
Okay, thank you. What we are saying is that we don't want a system whereby we are just doing it for few people, that we will just handpick and say that these people are doing well. Although the panel will nominate, we can pick certain people that we think, like the Excellence Award, we can pick certain people that we think that have done so well within the system in promoting access to justice. We can do that. But we want people to also nominate. That is why we said that we're going to collaborate with institutions. If we come to judicial service know their mediators more than I do. So they will say that from the report that we have, this particular mediator has been doing well and the person needs recognition. When you go to CHRAJ, they'll be able to tell us. When we go to Legal Aid Commission, they will be able to tell us. So this is not difficult to find. And the only difficulty I see here is the communities. Even those communities, we can liaise with the chiefs and the Kwima. They know the people within the community that has been helping them. I think that director wants to say something.
I also want to add to this that even this conference,
Kindly use the mic.
conference, we use the social media technology. Now the world has become very small. There are people, especially when there was this voter flooding. There are people in the lower voter bases. Some people that we work for, we don't even know them, but they have our contact numbers and we're able to tell us certain things, even when the thing started. And so there are people who are doing a lot of paralegal. Even with the social media, we can get a lot of people. That's why there's going to be a panel, there's going to be experts. Even when you nominate, they're going to go further and scrutinize that. And the center or the institution is not going to do it alone. It's a collaborative something. So we're going to collaborate with a lot of institutions so that, and then the traditional institutions and others, academic, so that by the time we finish, you will see that the whole thing will get them, we'll get a lot of lists. I want to get somewhere so that they scrutinize to a certain level. So I don't think it's going to be a cumbersome something. There are people who are doing this elsewhere, and we are learning from them. So we will follow their procedures, and then we'll be able to do. There's always a way or a way to start something. Even when we start the first time we mess up, we'll learn from our mistakes and move forward. Thank you very much.
Please be standing, don't go.
I think that sums it.
No. Anyone has a question? Yes. Don't go. Please go ahead and ask your question.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Please, I wanted to know all the award you mentioned, but we didn't hear anything like cash or something. Cash. And now Ghana is hard.
Thank you very much. And for now, even if there will be a cash, probably we have to use it to render some service for the person, whether sponsor the person for some training, pay for it. We believe that will do better than just give you the money to go and thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, okay. I'm just picking 2 or 3 of the questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think the delivery is much taken. I want to add my voice to my brother's question. You see, going through the mediators in our various courts, the settled cases allowances, they are not forthcoming, they are not regular. So I believe that cash incentive will go a long way to boost up their morale. 2, probably you will consider this thing. Every court, district court, magistrate court, would have 1 or 2 good mediators. So every court might nominate 1 or 2, in his or her jurisdiction. So going forward, I think you should do it regional based, then later you can do it nationwide. Otherwise, you have various good or excellent mediators from all the courts in the entire nation. So how are you going to really select the best out from these best? So if it is regional based, I think we will go in a long way. Then maybe after 5 years that you've gathered enough experience, then you can nationwide it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think your question is well noted. What we'll do is that we are going to do the national one. If the national one is done successfully, then we will look at moving it to a regional basis. In respect of the cash, we are not going to give specific cash. That is one. Let us be clear. What we are saying is that if we have to bring somebody from the communities, we are going to sponsor that person to be in Accra. If the person has to be kept in a hotel, we'll host that person and give the person TNT to go back. But we are not going to give cash price, as the director mentioned earlier. If there is going to be any incentive, it's going to be sponsorship basis to build the capacity of that person because of the work that person is doing, so that we can enhance the capacity for the person to do more. Thank you.
To add to that, thank you very much. You see, there are certain works that we do. If we look for money, we'll fail. Something like this ADR, and even some professional works. I want to say to the glory of God that when I started my consultancy services, I decided I want to render voluntary services to people. The people, individuals and some company, huge monies they will show to you. But I decided I won't charge. I want to do the work. If I do it effectively, then what? At a certain point in time, I realized that what they were giving was more than even charging them. So I want to say that some of the things we do, if we look at money first, we'll fail. But let's look at what services we are rendering to the people, the problem we want to solve. And sometimes if you do some work, you don't get money. When you sleep, you are sound. You are happy that that problem has resolved. Me, I'm happy doing that. And I know that, I don't know if there are Muslims and traditionalists here, but the God I serve is faithful. Whatever I do voluntarily, at the end of the day, I end something good. And I'm also happy with that. Thank you.
Let me take the last question. The last question, please. If the speaker doesn't see your hand up, it means I move.
Thank you. I would like to know, we see a lot of awards and the way they do it. Is it gonna be casting of votes, vote for me on the start, and people pay a lot of money? Is it gonna be like that, or is it gonna be a different thing altogether?
This one, nobody is going to vote. Me, I don't believe in work that or award that somebody has to vote for you to win. No. The nomination will come with the work that you have done. That is why there is a panel who will look at the work that you have done. If you deserve that particular award, the panel will give it to you. And no cash, nobody will be asked to pay any money. We don't take money from anybody, and we are not going to accept anything. So if you win the award, then it means that you deserve it. We must protect the integrity of the system. That is what we want to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's a hand. Oh, okay. Please, you can speak from here.
Let me add to what my brothers were saying about money. You know what? Ask event organizers who organize events and ask those participants who are asked to participate. They promise you everything in the world. And at the end of the day, their cars are not given to them. Monies do not pass through the right channel. Promises made are failed. And some of them are in court. So my brothers, take time. Money is not everything. They will promise you gold and you get sand. Thank you.
Thank you, Inside. I think that sums it up.
Okay, so since there's no question, I'm sure we have exhausted all our questions. Thank you very much. You may please take your seats.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate them once again as they take their seats. But like someone did mention, I think you should consider from the regional basis so we can climb to the national. It'll be easier for those other regions to also be acknowledged for the work that they do. In our midst, ladies and gentlemen, joining us all the way from the Central Region is Dr. Engineer Nana Usiwakuma VI. He is the Ohene from Eja #2, Ankobi Ohene of Anumabo State Central Region. Nana, once again, we appreciate your comment. Next to Nana is our own Queen Mother, Na Joyo Chofajo from the La Plain Way. She's also in our midst. Let's appreciate Na. I hope I got it right. I made it eh? Oh, let me come to you. Do it yourself.
Thank you. My name is Najuyo Oshedu Wobolojo Ete Chofayino.
It will take me next year to pronounce this. Thank you for doing it yourself. I hope the next one too, I'll be able to do it. If not, then I have to go back to her. Oh, this one is for us. In our message also Na Densua Efuye II from the Ghana traditional. This one I got it right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I see Dr. Francesca, you are sandwiched by the na and the ni, and you are enjoying the breeze, the ambience of the traditional people. You are at the right place at the right time. Thank you very much. My name still remains, and a lot of people are still asking of my name before the panelists come. My name is Odaseni Yasamwa. For this program, I host the Bisa Lawyer show on Angel TV. It's Saturday at 4 p.m. But officially, I work with the Legal Aid Commission. Thank you very much. We want to take our photographs before we do the panel discussion. After the panel? Okay, so we'll do the photograph and we'll do the panel discussion, then we'll break for snack. Whilst we are going for the snack, then we'll take the pictures as well. So can we have our chairs, please, back on set for us? Our ushers, please help move the chairs for us. And this session will be moderated by Lawyer Emanuela. Lawyer Emanuela will help us do this session. Okay, so in the absence of a rep from the CHRAJ and Legal Aid Commission, I'm here on a different purpose, please. So forgive me if I don't represent the Legal Aid Commission on this. I know my executive director is supposed to be here himself. We have the honor to be joined by Dr. Francesca to also stand in for us as a state institution. Dr. Francesca will be with us. Francesca Kusi-Apia, Doc, please take your seat for us. Then our rep from CHRAJ, is that Yabua, if you are here, CHRAJ joining us. Then from the African Center for Collaborative Dispute Resolution, the rep from Africa Center for Dispute Resolution is also here. Please take your seat. Also join us. And we have Citadel Legal Consults. Then IPL, Citadel. Anyone from Citadel Legal Consults? Okay. Right. Whilst we wait, Counsel, please take over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MC. Thank you all for coming here once again. And the aim or the purpose for us gathering here is to have a panel discussion with regards to how governments, institutions, departments, agencies, including the civil society organizations, can strengthen their collaborative efforts to help justice be accessible to the underserved communities all around Ghana. And we'll also be discussing issues on how we can strengthen these collaborative efforts with these institutions using technology, the challenges that comes with it and some recommendations. Okay, so first and foremost, I think would like you to introduce yourself and tell us something brief about your institution.
My name is Abna Kunedi-Yeboah. I am representing the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice. I'm a legal officer. CHRAJ has 3 core mandates. First, as the National Human Rights Institution. We also have the Ombudsman, that is the Administrative Justice mandate, and the Anti-Corruption mandate. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is George Tetesaki. I'm a principal state attorney, and I'm representing the Minister of Justice and Attorney General. The Attorney General is the legal representative, if you put it that way, of the government under Article 88. So we defend the state in civil cases, and then we are principally in charge of prosecutions. And then we also deal with other auxiliary issues on behalf of the state. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have one here. Thank you. As you know already, my name is Isaac Asari. I'm the founder and president of African Center for Collaborative Dispute Resolution. We serve as a dispute resolution center, so we resolve cases such as we do mediation, arbitration, and also community mediation as well. Also do specific training for various institutions as consultancy services. And that is why I met one of the chiefs, Queen Mothers here. Now, we met at one of the trainings GIZ gave us to train chiefs and queen mothers in Central Region. So I met her there. So that is what we do. And we also do training as well. We offer training in mediation, arbitration, and paralegal studies as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning once again. My name is Francisca Kusiapia from the UPSA Law School. I'm the Vice Dean. For now, since I have been ambushed to represent the Legal Aid Commission as well. So the work of the Legal Aid Commission, as you heard from the state's attorney, they prosecute. But the Legal Aid Commission, when it comes to indigents, they do the public defense. And for the law school, we have a legal aid clinic. We work under the auspices of the Legal Aid Commission to help with the public defense. So we represent people who do not have money, but fall within the Legal Aid Commission's Act for representation in court. We carry out other things, ADR and advocacy. Thank you.
Okay, welcome once again, you all. So before I ask my first question, since we are going to talk about how accessible justice can be to the underserved communities and issues of collaborative efforts, can you just, in a few words, tell us what justice is? I mean, it's open to anyone, what justice is, and also what it means for there to be a collaborative effort being strengthened. Yes. But if you are saying as justice must be accessible to the underserved communities, like what is justice in itself, so that we can just start.
Okay, so I think in ordinary parlance, justice is when you are treated fairly in every situation. Okay, and when we are talking about justice to the underserved or the indigent, so to speak, we are talking about when the institutions sets up to resolve disputes, to ensure fair distribution of resources. Okay, it is accessible by the ordinary Ghanaian. It's not when you have money in your pockets that you should have access to it. And again, justice is also to be seen. So when even I approach the courts, I don't have money, but I have representation to go there. When I approach the courts, I should be treated with respect, with dignity, okay? And the person doing the administration of justice or who is trying to resolve matters should be seen to be doing what? Justice, or be fair in this case, because we don't want a situation where you enter a place and then the judge in question bows to one person and ignores you. At that moment, you feel no justice will be served at that point, no fairness. So that is ordinarily what I think. In terms of collaboration, I think there was a second angle. Collaboration comes in not just with the institutions, but with citizens, with everyone. okay? Because when you're administering justice or you are ensuring fair play in every aspect of life, it comes with people giving evidence, people enforcing, all those facilitating the process. So collaboration from institutions, individuals, everybody has to be involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so my first question. I would also encourage you or entreat you to give some scenarios when you are responding to the questions so that we can actually follow. Okay. So my first question, how can collaborative efforts between the government, civil society, and institutions like the Legal Aid Commission and CHRAJ be further strengthened to improve access to justice in underserved communities in Ghana? Please, should I take the question again, or it's okay? You can even give examples of some of the underserved.
Should I respond? Yes, in the effort to further enhance the accessibility of justice, especially pertaining to the underprivileged, and all these bodies need to coordinate with each other. So, for example, sometimes in the issue of criminal trials, for instance, when somebody has been accused with an offense for which the punishment is very grievous, that when you say grievous punishment, perhaps the punishment is likely to attract a jail sentence of 10 years or more, and the person has no legal representation, the judge will ask the Office of the Attorney General to prepare documents, and then this will be forwarded to maybe people in legal aid who ask a lawyer within the region or city where the trial is taking place to represent that underprivileged person. And in these instances, for example, the person doesn't need to be wealthy to be able to access justice or be availed defense counsel to defend his or her matter. So in this particular light, the collaboration, you can realize that there's a collaboration between the Office of the Attorney General, the Judiciary, and then Legal Aid Office. So these kind of collaborations are being strengthened as the years go by for us to avail justice to more members of the underprivileged. And then also in instances where, for instance, a person may be behind bars for an unreasonable period of time, we have this exercise called pertaining to access to justice, where the courts go into the various prisons and then sit. And then where their cases are heard, sometimes they are granted bail, or where they've been in custody for an unreasonable period of time, they are sentenced, and then regard is given to the period that they spent in custody, and then they are let go free. Yeah.
Okay, so to add to what the state attorney said, so for instance, for us, the collaboration starts right from the police station. So you leave messages there that should anyone come who is not represented, they can contact the legal clinic. So at that point in time, if the person is arrested, processed, then we can represent them. Now, the collaboration too can also be done in terms of training with a CHRAJ. For instance, CHRAJ, I'm made to understand November, you're actually hosting students. So they do train. They do some training in terms of collaboration, in terms of what they do. So there's some sort of collaboration with CHRAJ and other institutions as well. And when it comes to other collaborations, I've noticed that some even raise the issue of money. Yes, there's the issue of money. So we do have some international institutions. For instance, we are just 1 year, but through our 1 year of existence, we've had the US Embassy funding most of our activities. So they do the paying, and even the Legal Aid Commission, the Public Defenders Unit, I'm reliably told they were taken outside the country for training. That is another collaboration, because this is something new we are starting. The paralegal training and all that. We want to be more like the US, where they are acknowledged by the courts. So the collaboration, the trainings and all that is done at different levels with those who are funding, with the state institutions, the academia, the CSOs, and then the institution, the research organizations as well. Yeah.
Thank you. I think I'll take it from the last end. Said strengthen to improve access to justice in underserved communities in Ghana. So most of the things that we are talking about, the collaboration between the Attorney General, CHRAJ, and Legal Aid are mostly seen in the big cities. So what about the Kwaku Hiamwa person who can walk maybe 5 miles to get a police station? When something occurs, how can we improve? Who is the particular person? Do we have a community paralegal that they can even resort to, that the person can help them? Now we even have the national ADR, which is supposed to be established from 2010. It is this year that they put the board together. And after the board, even the center is supposed to have a national up to community level. So every community is supposed to have a community mediation center. So if a community is having a community mediation center, if they are having challenges, paralegals can be there to support all these things. So these are the kind of collaboration that we want to see as Africa Center for Collaborative Dispute Resolution. We want to see not just the AG will mean to legal aid. What if they are not able to get to the AG, even to the AG, because they don't know where to go, because access to justice start with access to information. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. With CHRAJ, our collaboration starts right from our public education units. So we work with other organizations and institutions as a way of educating the public. And we also have our district officers that engage in public education. We go to the schools. We also honor invitation from other groups so that we can use that platform to educate the people. And then through our public education, we also let them know where they can go and access justice. And then also to let them even know their rights. If they don't know their rights are being violated, they would not even know where to go. Sometimes you get a lot of people running to the police. So we work with the Ghana Police Service, DOPSU, and when they get cases that are within our mandate, they refer them to us. We also do referrals. CHRAJ does not handle criminal cases. So when we receive the cases and then we notice that it is within the realm of another state institution, then we quickly do the referral so that they can handle the case for the person. We also work with the courts. We go to the district court, from the district court right to the superior courts. We work with them for child maintenance cases. We work with the district courts most of the time. We also work with the high courts to enforce our decisions. And then we also do monitoring. CHRAJ monitors the human rights situation in the country and we submit reports. We also do a lot of research and we make these available to other institutions. These would inform policies and regulations. Aside these, CHRAJ also does advisory opinion. And then we do all this to support the work of other institutions and organizations. And when it comes to legislation, we know that with our work, we are all regulated by the law. So with every law that has an effect on the human rights, CHRAJ gives our review, our comments to help so that in passing these laws, we do not violate any human rights, or where there has been an oversight, we can quickly draw the attention of the legislature to add them. Sometimes also in our investigations, we notice there may be some lapses. For instance, an institution may not have internal grievance redress mechanism. So we make recommendations that you can use alternative dispute resolution to settle some disputes internally before it even escalates. So we do make recommendations to not only the respondents and then the complainants, but also to the general public, any other institution that is related, so that together we can help and let people get access to justice and even help to prevent the occurrence of human rights violations before they turn into cases at CHRAJ. And then another important thing that we are doing is we notice that our young ones need a lot of training when it comes to human rights. So we've opened our doors and then we welcome all the students who are willing that come on board and let's learn. So the educational institutions have also been very, very receptive. And with this, we hope these collaborations and more would help us access justice.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. So how many civil society organizations do we have here or representatives from? Okay, just one. I'm not going to ask you any question, don't worry. Okay, so I just want to know how you collaborate. So my first question is, do you actually collaborate with some of these civil society? You do. Office of the Attorney. Oh, no, it's because of them. Thank you very much. Okay, so to my next question. In your experience, what are the most significant barriers that marginalized groups face in accessing justice in Ghana? And what collaborative initiatives have been most successful in addressing these challenges?
I think the significant barriers would be information, access, and costs. First, are the people even aware that their rights are being violated? And where do they go for justice? We have a lot of people running to the radio stations and saying a lot of intimate matters which should not even be aired. So do they really have the knowledge that when my right is violated, these are the avenues I can go to? So first is the information, and then the cost. If they need legal representation, can they pay? That is it. So the moment the person thinks about it, then let me take my issue to the radio station because over there, they are not going to charge me. So cost is a major difficulty. People also do not know about alternative disputes mechanisms. They think the only means of resolving disputes is going to the court to engage in the adversarial system. And because the adversarial system potentially could strain relationship, the person would say, oh, this is my neighbor. Then let me just ignore or settle. So that also really affects it. Legal aid is not everywhere, though they are trying their best. They can also be burdened. So I believe with a lot of advocacy about alternative disputes resolution mechanisms, people could use it. And definitely it would come at minimal costs. So with that, a lot of people would know where to access justice, and they will also appreciate the advantages of going to paralegals and resorting to ADR mechanisms.
Yes, on the issue of, I would describe it as financial or economic hindrance. Sometimes when an offense has taken place and then the matter is being heard at the court, with witnesses coming in from the deprived areas, we all know how slow a pace cases can travel in our law courts through no fault of anybody. So maybe when they come to court once, twice, and then, for example, they would have to travel on 7-hour journeys from Sefiyo also to Sekendi for their matters to be heard twice, thrice, and then they want to give up. And then also, due to lack of knowledge, in instances such as where an infant or a child has been sexually abused, within a matter of 24 hours, maybe medical examination needs to be done. And we know that scientifically, the female body has a way of cleansing itself after a particular period of time. When there's a delay, for instance, and then by the time they get to the police, a certain period of time has elapsed, it will become very difficult for the said disadvantaged or marginalized person to access justice. So the financial situation of persons who live in some of these deprived areas also goes to inure to the fact that sometimes justice is seemingly seen to be denied those who are deprived. And then also a large percentage of the community does not know that criminal offenses do not have, in quotes, expiry dates. Sometimes when we are listening to the radio, international radio, you realize that maybe persons who committed offenses during the war before 1945 at age 18, they may have changed their identity, migrated somewhere, but then when they are arrested, they are tried and then they are made to serve jail sentences. So people do not know that criminal offenses do not have, in quotes, expiry dates. So no matter how long a trial or investigation into an offense drags, people need not maybe state that, oh, once the person is dead, we shouldn't, the members of the public need to be educated over that fact that criminal offenses, once the person hasn't been tried, once the person hasn't been convicted, once the person hasn't been acquitted, the person ought to be, maybe the case ought to end at a particular stage. And then also with the Office of the Attorney General, although that's the principal organization for trying offenses, we also need to see to it that justice is done. So let's say where the police has brought a docket, maybe from a rural area, and then we realize that perhaps maybe issues in the course of investigation, perhaps they needed to have taken fingerprints or maybe tested hair samples, blood samples, etc., and this hadn't been done. The Office of the Attorney General can instruct that this ought to be done. So if it is done and then it doesn't match to what is biologically on the supposed bad person in the community, would ask that the charges be dropped. Then they will say that, oh, justice, lawyers don't speak the truth, judges don't speak the truth, but then justice has to be done. So in as much as a person needs to be punished for wrongdoing, it isn't at all costs that trials have to go on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think they have said it all. But the only thing I'll add, we need to do more education, and so that the people will understand how the processes work. Because recently we heard there is an accident involving a young guy, and the way the people are running on it on social media and everything, you see the commentaries and you realize that no, there are a lot of education that we need to be done. So a lot of people come to you, especially even if you are a mediator. Some of the challenges we face is that when you come, say that the mediator, this is the way we work. Some people want you to even judge for them and even tell them that who is right and who is wrong. And if you are not telling them that they feel that the mediator is not doing that work, but that is not the work of a mediator. The mediator does not judge. So all this education needs to be done, and we need to do it right from the community. That is why we need to train more paralegals who go to the communities as community-based paralegals so that they can educate their communities. Chiefs and queen mothers can also do that. So they have to also add that to their education system, capacity building programs, workshops, so that they can be educated on this. It is easy for communities to listen to their chiefs and queen mothers than even outsider coming in. So when they have such knowledge, they can be educating the people. And sometimes you see a chief who will come to the courts and they want to even remove criminal cases and go home and settle. All these things, we need to educate them to know that there are boundaries within what they can do. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll be very brief because they said it all. But I think aside costs, access, and education, what we need to do is restore trust. That's the basis. Why would someone go to a radio station? It's the trust. This education we are talking about, even today, we are speaking in English. If someone is watching, it's still in English. So the education we are talking about and advocacy has to be in the local languages for everyone to understand the basic process. For them to understand from stage 1, we'll go to stage 2. And these are the likely scenarios. Then people will appreciate why the outcome was this. And for explanations of why outcomes, I know he gave attorney gave the example of ongoing situations. Yes, because we've heard of an incident where someone knocked someone down and they settled out of court and nothing was explained to the ordinary person on the streets. They feel, oh, if I am rich, I can walk away with what? Any crime I commit. So I think trust has to be restored using local language. That's all.
Thank you very much. So to last question. What role can technology play in expanding access to justice, particularly in rural areas of Ghana? And how can institutions leverage digital platforms to make legal services more accessible and efficient? This is a two-in-one question. Let me just add the other one. What innovative models or partnerships have you seen globally or even globally or locally that Ghana can adapt to enhance collaboration among government agencies, civil society, and the legal sector in promoting access to justice delivery?
Okay, I'll go first and brief. If we are talking about the local communities and using technology, the most simplest one I've seen, which everyone can access, is everyone has a phone in the villages. And they can use it, Momo, right? So one technology I've seen uses when you can send a code to an institution like CHRAJ, to any place, informing them that, look, I have an issue. So you can walk into a place, you've been kidnapped, you don't have to write, you don't have to do anything. Once you have a phone, you have access to it, you send a code to the Attorney General's office that maybe your name, Francisca, kidnap, and just leave a message. They will trace it to the location and find. Well, that's the basic of basic. If we have to talk about apps, they are there. There are apps where you download and then you feed in the information so that the paralegals, let's say we have an app with paralegals names, categories of cases, matrimonial, maybe landlord tenant issues, you can just go and do. Those are quite advanced for me in terms of giving it access to everyone in the rural area. Simple code that if you text in this code, people would note that, or the institutions would be notified that you are in trouble and you need assistance. For me, that is the first step. We work with the telecommunication companies to do that.
Thank you. I think talking about technology, when you look at AI system now, as she's saying, a lot can be done even to have an app which can communicate with the people in their local language. I think there was one app which was helping the local community to even do Momo on their phone. Go here, click here, do this, and it was communicating to them on their local language. I think these things can be done on their phones and they can download it, whereby when they have something, even now with Meta AI, you can even talk to it that I want this and this and that information, and the Meta AI will be able to give it to you on WhatsApp that this and this. But this is the kind of apps that we can do whereby some people, they don't need to write in their local language, they can talk to it. And at the same time, technologies like what Mr. Adi has done, like having all the legal things in one software, whereby every case is there and the precedents and everything, laws that we have in the country, all these things can be done and paralegals can have access to them. If they are within the communities, they can use it to educate them. Chiefs and queen mothers can also have some, whereby they can also use it to educate their communities. Thank you.
I would also like to talk about the use of social media. Now, the world is a global village, and especially with our youth, they are so addicted to social media. So we can use that to get closer to them and also to encourage them. So for CHRAJ, we use our social media handles to do public education. And we also receive complaints through our social media handles because it's easier for them on Facebook to quickly draw our attention to something than to walk to our offices. We've also brought up the electronic case management system so that complainants do not have to walk to the office to ask the investigator, how far with my case? They can monitor the progress of their case online. And then it also includes the use of codes, text messages. So even if you don't have access to internet, we can send you messages and then you know the progress of your case.
Thank you very much.
Maybe we can, being in a conservative society, we can still encourage the system whereby the information services department educates members of the populace using their vans, maybe in film shows, and then the running of the information on using the microphone as they drive through town. Still, because we still have certain age group that are quite conservative, so we can still maintain that aspect of technology. Yeah.
Sorry, adding to what he's saying, I think now if the information service can do that, yes, which is fine, but there are community information centers. So we can do maybe have the information on pen drives, which can be inserted in their information system for them to be broadcast every morning, evening, afternoon for people to be educated. I think we can look at that aspect as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. MC keeps signaling me to end the discussion, but with a few, just a permission, just a few seconds. To our audience, do you have any questions for our panel members? Please, I'll take just two, please, just two. Yes, gender balance. One lady, one.
I'm attracted to a lady first. Don't call me. Don't call me. Let me ask from mommy from. Yes, let me start from mommy first.
Thank you very much. I think that the issue of barriers, just a typical example, a girl has been raped and then quickly runs to the hospital. Money must be paid for the test to be done. In their desperation, they say go to police station. You get to the police station, they tell you there's no dorsal desk here. So several forms of frustration. What can we do? Thank you.
In an instance like that, it is best to rush to a government hospital. Sometimes they rush to the private health centers where at least they are running on they are profit-based. So you need to pay, but then you need to rush to a government hospital. For a government hospital, they'll do the relevant tests and then coordinate with the police as and when necessary. Yes.
Kindly add to it about an insert. Is somebody want to find out an insert? If an insert happened in a family setting, how do you?
It shouldn't be settled out of court. It should be reported to the police. Yes. All sexual offenses are to be dealt with by the police. Yes. Yes.
All right. Thank you to the CHRAJ and then the state attorney. On the issue of the radio stations and the television stations, mediating marital private issues and those things on air, human rights and people's privacy. Do the radio stations and the TV stations have the legal right to be doing this?
At least, and I think there are regulations from the National Communications Authority in that regard. But then with the Office of the Attorney General, it has to be principally a criminal offense. So marital issues are strictly not criminal offense, unless maybe there is maybe a violent bashing of one spouse by the other, where there has been a severe injury. But then other than that, when with issues of infidelity and then cheating, etc., for that one, it doesn't come to the Office of the Attorney General. Yeah. It's what you refer to as a civil action. A civil action has to be taken. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Okay. Okay, my question is, I met a lady in my community and we were discussing about the family issue. And according to the lady, when she got pregnant, she told the man, and the man asked her to go and abort the pregnancy. She declined it. When she gave birth, they reported to the parents. They refused to perform the naming ceremony. 2 weeks later, the guy had an accident, motor accident. And they accused the lady that
she has cursed the man. They sent the matter to the palace, and the chief also asked the lady to compensate the man 4,000 Ghana cedis. The lady said it is impossible for her to compensate the man because when the man asked him to go and abort the pregnancy and she accepted the suggestion of the man and she died, and later on the man also had an accident, will you come and tell her to go and compensate the man that 4,000 Ghana cedis? So my question is, like Mr. Isaac rightly said, that the kings, the chiefs, and the queen mothers can also help. Now, here's the case that the community paralegals, when they are taking their services to the community, because the chiefs will also get something, goods or some money, and now the paralegals are taking that services. Would that be possible? And how must we collaborate with the chiefs in order to ensure that justice is possible to all? So that is my issue. Thank you very much.
With the first one, he talked about private matters being taken to the radio stations and being aired for everybody. Yes, we continue to educate the public to go to the appropriate forum to seek redress. But unfortunately, due to the sensationalism, a lot of people think going to the radio stations would help their problems. But we have a lot of them running back to us to complain because they go out there, put your details out there, and in the end, you don't get any remedy. So when they later realize that, they come, so the damage has been caused. So we need to intensify our public education. And as we are going to the various communities, our towns, our villages, let them know that these are private matters. Even when we go to the courts, we don't settle marital disputes in the open courts. We do that in chamber. Though CHRAJ does not talk about divorce, but we notice that in most of those issues, there are child maintenance cases. So when they come to us, we will handle those that are within our mandate and also advise them. If there's a criminal case, if there's domestic violence, we will address them to DOPSU or the police. If there's the need to go to the court for dissolution, we also advise them. So the most important thing is that we educate them and then they know the appropriate channels to go to. Another thing is someone would say, why is CHRAJ not taking up the radio stations? By our mandate with our laws, we act on complaints. So we'll be very happy if someone would walk to us or use any of our channels to lodge a complaint for us to take the action. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Last question, please. Mr. Chairman, I think we all agree with me that before the inception of ADR to 2010 in Ghana, our queen mothers and our chiefs, they were in this dispensation before the ADR came in. Now, I think this question will be directed to Mr. Saki. So how is the government empowering them, giving them more authority so that they can adapt or do more at what they are doing now? They were doing it before this ADR came in, and now it's sluggish. So how is the government coming in to empower them more, the chiefs and the queens? Question number 2. ADR, court-connected ADRs, I think they are doing marvelous work. But then the sense of authority, it's been dwindled. At times they have their cases under staircases, under trees. So when the clients come, looking at the euphoria where they are sitting, they think that where they are saying munyedu. So when they are debts, we have settled, yes, but I'm supposed to pay the debt 2 weeks, 3 weeks time. Because we sat under the tree, Papa na and check. So it thinks yeah, so that it's the debt, the money will not be paid. Even though the case has been adopted genuinely in court, they tend to, sweet under the, because where they sat, at times you have cases that where the judge will eat, the dining places are even more standard setups than where they sit to mediate over cases. I don't think it's proper. Going forward, the judicial service, they should take it up to at least address these mediators properly. Give them good incentive, good setup, good countenance, and then the sense of euphoria authority might lift up. Finally, Africa Center for Collaborative Dispute Resolution. How does one get in contact with you? Most of our cases, we sit once a week. So all these 4 or 5 days are free. They might want to extend their services through your outfit. How do they get in contact and then also adapt to improve or enhance this directive? Thank you very much.
Okay, under the laws of Ghana, you know, being a former British colony, we have our constitution being the principal law, and then we have something what we call common law equity. And then the authority of the traditional authorities is also safeguarded by our constitution. So there are various ways, there are various areas under which various authorities can act. So there are certain aspects of the law that have to go through the police right up to the Supreme Court, if I should put it that way. And then there are also certain aspects within our society that have to be handled by our chiefs and our queen mothers. So these particular specifications are actually categorized under our laws. So the authority of our traditional rulers is still safeguarded. And then when any matter has to pertain to their authority, the laws of Ghana duly acknowledge that. So what we refer to as ADR today, Alternative Dispute Resolution, you know, before the whites came and then the missionaries came, whenever you had an issue, you'd go to Ahimfie, you go to Manchester or the Ulomo, and then after listening to these particular issues will be settled. And then under their authority, everybody becomes a winner. There was no loser or vanquished. Under their authority, everybody was a winner. So that's what ADR is not an extremely new area. But then looking at our legal history, we are combining the common law and then the powers that have been granted by our current constitution, and then what has to pertain from traditional authority is also safeguarded. Yes, that is it.
The chiefs are here. The laws are archaic. If you don't perform laws out, no one will come to information here. So my brother, it's up to the chiefs themselves to do reformation in their laws.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adi. I think adding to what the state attorney said, when you look at even the AD Act, Part 3 of the AD Act is dedicated for customary arbitration, which is for the chiefs, and there are procedures in conducting that. So as Mr. Adi is saying, the chiefs needs to understand what the AD Act is talking about, customary arbitration and how they can conduct themselves within it, and that will be done. And somebody was asking how they can get in touch with us when on the platform. Are you on the platform? Were you on the Paralegal Conference platform? Okay. So we are everywhere. Our website is there, our Facebook page is there, our office is there. We're always available to interact with you and see how we can collaborate. So our doors are always open. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Last thing. Before we conclude, before we end the session, I would give a few minutes to Nananom or our traditional authorities to say something.
So my name is Nacho Failo. With regards to what gentleman, Mr. Adi just said, I believe we all know that there's a law in Ghana, perhaps a human rights law, I don't know. But it says that you have the choice to come to the ceremony by the chief or the queen mother, isn't it? So if there is a case to be brought before me or my panel, and then the persons involved decides that it falls under their rights not to attend to my call, how effective are you promoting the traditional, mediation or leadership processes in resolving some of these issues? It's a challenge because as much as we are teaching people to know their rights, we are refusing to teach them the responsibilities that their rights gives them. So we wait and wait and wait. When the chief decides that I am too tired of this particular person, and so I want the person to leave my community, then everybody stands and starts accusing the traditional leader that you are stepping on somebody's human right. Meanwhile, that person is a nuisance to my community.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know we all have opinions and we have suggestions and so on and so forth, but we need to work within time so that we can meet the program as directed. Once again, we'll go back to the panel to conclude for us, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, any response?
Okay, all right, thank you. I think our Queen Mother is very right. But there has been some, so in respect to that, there has been some research and exploration in that regard. At the beginning, just for every arbitration is voluntary. Whether it's at the courts, everything is voluntary. But the moment you start the arbitration process, they are bound. They are bound. So if they refuse to follow the process, then you take a decision in their absence. That is the only thing. Unfortunately, I definitely agree with you. Arbitration is voluntary. In all aspects, it's voluntary. The other aspect I'd like to add to conclude is there are a lot of issues raised about the fact that the conflict between the paralegals and the work of the traditional leaders. I think, look, our constitution acknowledges the work of what? The traditional authorities. Can the paralegals assist the traditional leaders to document customary law? Because customary law is the source of law in Ghana. It's a simple thing. So help the traditional leaders. If you go to a traditional area, help them document it so that you also collaborate with them in resolving issues and not just exclusively alone. You have to be with them. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, our panel members. If you have any further questions, I mean, as time goes on, during our lunch break or something, you can just reach out to them. So on this note, we say thank you so much for educating us. You've actually enlightened us on a lot of things, a lot of issues. And to our audience, to thank you for actively participating in this panel session. Thank you very much.
Okay, so please take your seats. Thank you very much. Once again, I've been informed that some people got here as early as 6 o'clock, coming from far, and we've only served them water, which is life. Of course, but it's not enough. We want you to have something in addition to the water. So we're going to take some 25 minutes snack break, 25. We'll just walk to the reception, take a group picture, come back. The snack break is served in the corridor. However, if you want to do 1 or 2, when I say 1 or 2, you understand. Or you don't understand, ask the person nearby you, next to you, what is 1? What does it mean? 1 is 1, what is 2? Yes, for the camera says I can't say it. Okay, so I'm informed by the official photographer that we need to take the photograph outside. The room is a little bit dark for them. So we just take it at the reception, just at the entrance. We all stand on the staircase and take the photo. But if you want to do 1 or 2, when you step out on your immediate left, just walk through the corridor, turn to your immediate right. To the far end, there's 1 or 2, both for male and female as well. We'll break 15 minutes, 25 minutes. We'll be back to continue our discussion. So we are back at 12. Let me do 12:35. I'll call it in. Please, let's all move to the entrance at the reception and take the photograph. Make sure you are in the photograph. Make sure. before the election, make sure you are in. Make sure you are in. Thank you very much.
This person.
I am honored to welcome you.
It is with great immense pride
Mr. Chips. It gets on the beat. Such beats. Such beats.
Champion.
No. Wonder. Wonder again.
What else?
Since going over this, we made 1-0 early in the game. Well, we could have put them in front after 19 minutes. And since then, something have gained full control of the series.
That's good.
We are just in the second
I'll put my name on the board. So
with a 2-goal push.
look at the input screen there. So there, just have a enjoy. I don't know if this. I don't know how to say. I'm having the feeling of the day. It's a whistle. Second, my problem, I can see a couple of it. You know, how did you call it? There is as I want you. On top of it, my them are one of the something. Number again, I'm a melancholy. Meaning they need to pay a better company. But I got them maybe something. Something I want to say. Mr. Please.
How about the Pope? Charlie, too conscious.
Mr. Audrey on the side.
That was Johnson. 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 Johnson.
It's not cheap. Mr. Chief.
Charlie, but you think the kids are you know she's big. Yeah. Charlie, yeah. The pressure problems of on highway. So we go. Your girlfriend left me, but they didn't say me kick you body.
Access to justice in the 21st century, the role of paralegal and legal executives in bridging the gap. That is one. The second one will be collaborative dispute resolution, the role of paralegals and legal executives in mediation and arbitration. That is two. The third one will be leveraging technology for effective paralegal and legal executive practice. That is three. Now, what we're going to do is that we're going to have the second panel discussion. And the panelists are going to tackle these issues one after the other. Each of them will be given 15 minutes to talk on this matter. Then 5 minutes each will be given to you to ask them questions. So we are combining all these three together. First to join us, ladies and gentlemen, is the African Director of the Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative. Our own and my own, we all know one of the advocates in this country as far as CSOs is concerned, as far as a lot of issues concerning women and children and access to human rights is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite our own Mina Mensah Oh, you can do it better for her to take the first seat. Thank you very much. This program is so dear to her. She just landed at Kotoka. And we need to drive her straight to this place. Let's appreciate her once again. Next, let me invite Mr. Anthony Ade, who will take us through leveraging technology for effective paralegal and legal executive. Mr. Anthony Ade, great having you. Once again, we'll invite our own founder and president of the African Center for Collaborative Dispute Resolution, Mr. Isaac Asari, will also take a seat as well. And he will take us through this collaborative dispute resolution, the role of paralegal, legal executives in mediation and arbitration. Right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to pay attention to what they are going to discuss with us so that when it's questioning time, the speaker must catch your eye before you can ask your question. We'll start with Ms. Mensah, please. She will start with us. Thank you very much.
Accolades na Yama Makume Kakra. I'm happy to be here this afternoon. The issues of paralegals is something that is very dear to my heart, maybe because I am in the human rights space and I see what happens in times of justice delivery and how the poor are affected. In this 21st century, one would expect that because of developments that have been made all over the years, all over the world, and this thing is not peculiar to Ghana. So of course, we are worse off because we are in a developing country. But the issue of access to justice, people not receiving justice in a timely manner, and people not being able to access justice delivery is all over the place. But it is worse for us in Africa, and since my particular focus is Ghana and in Ghana. So this is an area that conversations have been going on for a very long time. And we are in the 21st century. One would have thought that we would have moved forward in this particular space. Unfortunately, as much as paralegals are doing a lot, there is a lot more that can be done to ensure that their roles are enhanced and their roles are able to support the work of justice delivery in this country. So who is a paralegal? I'm sure all of us know who a paralegal is. The paralegal is definitely not a lawyer. He's somebody who has had some training. And I use the word training because a lot of times people think that it is only when somebody has formal education that the person can be a paralegal. But you've had some training in the law, legal rights, what to do, and how to help people navigate the justice delivery system. One would agree with me that when you look at Ghana, we took our justice system from the British. And so we are very formal in the way we do our things. And when you go to certain communities, people do not even understand the structures. So if you get somebody, you train in the structures, how things are done, and the person to support justice delivery, then you can say the person is a paralegal. Generally, these are found in communities who are underserved. There are all kinds of paralegals. There are some paralegals who are trained in a manner that they would help lawyers in their offices. So lawyers have paralegals. And I think that one is more effective when you go to the Western world. In Canada, for instance, or in the US, there are paralegals, and it's a profession that's for life. They are trained, they are certified, and that is what they do. And they are well remunerated, not like in our part of the world. In our part of the world, it's more like a civil society thing that we do train people to help support justice delivery. And what has been their role over the years? I work in an organization that has used paralegals to do a lot of things. So I would use my organization, CHRAJ, as an example. One of the things that paralegals do is they are in the communities. They understand the community, they understand the culture, and they understand the people. So in terms of, let's say, there are issues, they are able to help people navigate the system. For example, I'll use paralegals who work in police stations, for example. That is what we do mostly. So if somebody gets arrested, the law says that you are supposed to be given a lawyer of your choice. How many lawyers do we have in this country? And if you go into the rural areas, how many lawyers are there? So people get arrested, they don't know their rights. The police would definitely not tell you your rights. So you can be sure that at the entry point of the criminal justice delivery, your rights will be abused. That is a fact that nobody can deny. And so what we do, our paralegals go there to the police stations, they engage the police, they engage the inmates, and they help them through the system. For some of them, they might have even lawyers, but they will tell you, my lawyer came only once and has not come again because of lack of information. I was taken to court. They say I'll have to go to court in another day. They didn't take me there, but they brought a date. I can't reach my lawyer. These are some of the things that paralegals do at the police station. Sometimes they even engage the police. If you are there for more than 48 hours, they can get you out because of that role that they play. You know, they serve as a gap between the people and the law. What other things do paralegals do? In communities where there are disputes, where there are no courts, in Ghana, there are some communities you won't find courts there. And there might be a chief and there might be traditional leaders, but the law says that people can help you solve your problem, and the person does not necessarily have to have certification. When I walked in, I heard somebody talking about ADR being voluntary. So there are certain civil society organizations or NGOs, they are in the communities, and what they do is they help people solve their problems. Somebody will say that, oh, I have a land issue. I don't know what to do about it. What does the law say? If a paralegal is trained in land issues, the basic tenets of land issues, the person can advise you and show you what to do. And that is one of the things that paralegals do. Apart from that, sometimes people's rights are abused in various ways. It's not only in land issues. Sometimes it comes to looking after children. Sometimes it's family issues. Sometimes it's marriage. Sometimes it is even service delivery. Sometimes it is service delivery. You go for a service. What service should I use? Let's say, pardon? Medical, you went to the hospital. And it happens a lot. You went to the hospital. You know that there's a charter, a patient's charter. In Ghana, we have a patient's charter. How many people know that we have a patient's charter? You see, very few people know there's a patient's charter. But if you have a paralegal who is trained in that area, you went to the hospital, certain things happened. You did not like it. You did not understand. You were not given information. If you go to an organization that works in that area, or a paralegal who is well-versed in that area, the person gives you information that you can use to help yourself. Ideally, some of these jobs are supposed to be done by a lawyer. You don't have a lawyer in the community. A lot of lawyers do not want to do that kind of work, honestly. They are too busy. They will not want to do that kind of thing. Any lawyer here can dispute. Number 2 or 3, they will charge you. They will not do it for free. Do you have the money to do it? So paralegals also play that role. It is cost effective. In a lot of instances, paralegals do not charge. Some charge. Ideally, because it's a work that you do, you ought to be able to take something small. But in Ghana, unless you are with an organization that charge. And I remember there was an organization that was affiliated to us and used to charge, I think it was just 10 cedis for registration. All hell broke loose. It's an NGO and the NGO is charging for paralegal services, you know, forgetting that if donors don't fund you, you need to operate. So paralegals, there are a gap between justice delivery and the people. Also, there are certain communities that I keep saying they are underserved. And those are the communities that paralegals are very, very relevant. Unfortunately, in our part of the world, in Ghana here, the kind of recognition that is supposed to be given to paralegals is not done. There are a lot of agencies providing paralegal services. I have had conversations over the years where the bar especially was against it. Now they are changing. I don't know whether they fully changed, but yes, because the last bar president, at least Tony Forson, I remember initially Tony was so not for it. I mean, and it was something that a lot of people were not for. But there was a conference that my organization put together, bringing people from East Africa all over, and we had a conversation. So after the conversation, he was like, so why was I opposed to this thing? And after that, he really pushed. He really pushed. Let's take legal aid, for instance. A lot of the work done at the Legal Aid Commission is done by paralegals, just that they are the state institution that is supposed to give legal assistance. So basically what paralegals do is they give legal assistance. It is the state's responsibility. Legal aid is a human right. It is not a privilege. Legal aid, it is a human right. Because you see, when you are in conflict with the law or when you have a legal issue, you need to have access to legal representation. If there is none, the state should be providing that. Unfortunately, the state institution that is supposed to do that, and it's all over the world, is under-resourced, overworked, and their reach is not as far as it ought to be. So obviously, you get people who are not in the state system also doing that same work, helping the state to ensure that citizens are able to access justice. In these current times, I think that the role of paralegals is becoming more and more important and more relevant because of ADR. A lot of people would not want to go through the court system. One, it's very adversarial. Number two, it is expensive. Number three, it is cumbersome. Number four, people do not even understand the whole structure. But if you and I, we have an issue, there is an organization or there are people that are providing ADR services. Which one would you choose? It is cheaper and it is not so adversarial. At the end of the day, it is an agreement between the two of us. We talk, we engage, we compromise, and we settle the issue. When you go to court, it does not happen like that. You have won, you have lost. That's what it is. But in ADR, as someone says, my boss will say it's a win-win situation. You give small, I give small. And because the world is moving a lot towards ADR, the role of paralegals is becoming extremely important. And I think that it's also developing much more and much quicker. In states where paralegals are really well recognized, like Canada, for instance, paralegals are allowed to represent people in court for very minor issues, and even in the criminal system for bail applications, paralegals are able to do that. I am looking forward to the day that Ghana will do that. I'm sure I'll be an old lady by then, but I'm still hopeful. I'm still hopeful for the day that paralegals would be able to represent people in minor civil cases like family issues, like bail, very minor ones. After all, we have paramedics, and there's no problem with paramedics, but there's a huge problem with paralegals. And sometimes because paramedics is about life and death. Paramedics is about life and death too. And yet we are very comfortable. When it's about the law, it's something else altogether. So paralegals play an extremely important role. And we need to restructure the whole system, give paralegalism the boost that it needs to be given, and also educate people to know the difference between a paralegal and a lawyer so that people do not masquerade as lawyers when they are paralegals. And I think that it is an area that all of us together can put our heads together and ensure that it is properly handled, properly adhered to, their roles are properly delineated and properly supported to do the work that they ought to do. I'll end up on this note, and when there are any questions, I'm ready to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adi. Are you going first or I should go?
Let me see. Okay, Isaac has handed the baton to me. And normally, when I'm in this position, I like standing than sitting. I don't feel comfortable. And Mina says I should stand. Therefore, I beg you and in your indulgence to allow me to stand in front of you to give my lecture. I will start with a Nigerian proverb. They say when you see a leaf dancing on a moving stream or river, then somebody is playing the drums under. I can also kind of say, who say, Habai, at the ensuing sa, nature so obi botchine wase. Intinde mebotchine wase. Into also motiase. I am say, ya casa bebre, paralegal. What is it? Is it an animal coming from somewhere? What does it do? They've talked a lot about it. But we are in the 21st century and we must move along with what is happening. We cannot sit here and say we are paralegals and leave technology behind. Technology is embedded and part of paralegal service, whether you like it or not. Everything is dynamic. Law is dynamic. The profession of paralegal is dynamic. It is changing. So as paralegals, we must also change. We must also do what? If we don't change, we shall remain static and we shall not flow and we shall not move. Fiber optics, in the technical word, using the computer and other softwares to propagate your gospel of paralegals is very essential and important part of the business now. So if you are here today and you've made your mind never, ever to use the computer, I'm commanding you, start learning and use it, whether you like it or not. It's a command as a paralegal. Otherwise, you fail in your business because other people are using it to leverage, which means to come up beyond the step of the industry. You cannot be static. Gone were the days when we use the computer. Let me come again. There is technology, right? So what is technology in itself? Using mechanical way in operation of objects. Yes, you can use the computer, Microsoft, fine. You can use your phone, WhatsApp, fine, it's technology. But when we talk about technology for paralegals, what are we talking about? We are talking about softwares that will help you in advancing your business as a paralegal better than what you used to do. And software developers have created softwares for that. If you are a paralegal and you work in the office, why do you manually go to a cabinet to remove an ordinary paper that has been filed? It doesn't make sense to me in this present century. Why should a lawyer carry all his files and books to the courtroom? And when the case is called, he starts opening it one by one. It doesn't save time. It's waste the time of the court. And the case will be adjourned. Other people will not be called because the judge sitting there is tired. Now, technically, paralegals have been given the advantage of doing legal research and other things for their colleagues in the office. Why are you waiting? When there are correspondence between you and a client and you're working on it, you don't need to go and call the client. Softwares have been developed, and by a prompt of a button, it notifies the person on his mobile phone, and immediately the person reply. You don't have to use face-to-face conferences. Zoom and other things are there. Why not use it for the benefit of your cause? Most of the time, we waste the time in doing unnecessary things for the necessary things, and we don't get the maximum effect of what we want. I'm talking big English, don't worry. Because we don't have what we call time management. By a click of a button, all that you need will come. Is it a file for somebody that you've booked for court? At a certain time, there are rules and regulations in the court. Every rule book has its regulated times or type of filing and everything. So that when you are able to key in the information, when it is time for you to notify your boss that you want to go to court, the thing will beep. Ha! So that you don't miss the time for filing. People go to court and they miss the time for filing if it is 14 days, 12 days, 6 days, and later on, it becomes a burden to the client. Why not do this to leverage what you do in the courtroom with your boss in order for him to get the maximum effect of using computers? Yes, people tell me, but there are computers, there are this, there are this. What we are hitting upon is not the personal computer that you see. You type Microsoft, you design web page and all those. We're talking about softwares. Softwares has been developed for you as a paralegal to use in leveraging whatever you want. You can click on a button and it will bring you all the precedents that you want. I want a landlord and tenancy agreement. You key in landlord, tenant, 3,000 samples, and you choose for them. If you can't, you take one, you take another, you mix them. You take this, you cut, you paste, and that is the end of your. And you charge. What is so simple about this that you must go lie down and think for a day, you can draft a document. So when you do that, you are able to attend to more clients, and attending to more clients means money. And you waste the money. If you don't like, bring it to me, I'll collect. Please, let's use the modern technology available to us in order to maximize profits and minimize cost. It looks as if in Africa here, we don't champion time. Time is essential and very paramount in whatever we do. Never allow your boss to carry his files to court. Teach him technology. Even, let me give you a scenario. You go into court with your boss. In a hurry to go to beat the time, you forget something. Is it the time to go back to the office? In the Accra streets? Traffic? Oh, my. Even, you must get a small computer in the office, which is connected to the mobile phone. By a click of a button, your boss can get the whole file, which has been scanned by you as a paralegal. Everything there, then it is there. Why pass through the traffic, running, getting down, and by the time you get to the courtroom, you are sweating, and the judge has done the case. And these days, even if you don't know, there is what we call the cloud. All your information, you keep it somewhere in the air. So when you go into court, you walk leisurely. As soon as you get to the courtroom, then the judge calls the case. Your palm top is with you, you tap, and all the information is there about your client, because that is what the paralegal has recorded for his boss for the day. All the cases for the day. So by a click of a button, you can read the whole file and the next adjourning date and everything. And as soon as the judge gives an adjourning date, you key it onto your computer. That is the small tablet that you are holding. It reflects on the one anywhere which is offloaded outside the courtroom, and it gets into your computer in the office or the iCloud. The next time that you are going to court, you don't need anybody to remind you. The computer will remind you that you have caught, you have caught, you have caught. Ping, 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 ping. You like using a ping, ping for alarm rather than saving the information. What is better than that? Today, as we stand here, I challenge you. If you don't know, try it, and you will never miss anything. My lecture is short, and thank you.
Mr. Adi, thank you. I think that was brief. So I'm going to also be brief on it. Okay, so I'm going to also stand because Mr. Adi has set the precedent. So I'm going to do the same, but you can watch it from here. It's just a point, and we are leaving. So the topic is on collaborative dispute resolution, the role of the paralegal and legal executives in mediation and arbitration. What are they supposed to do in mediation and arbitration? So let's go. Fast. Next. So collaborative dispute resolution is a recognized and practiced dispute resolution mechanism which enables parties to find an amicable solution that meets their needs, satisfy the needs of the other party, and avoid a zero-sum way of resolving issues. I took this definition from a project that they are doing for the Rohingya Muslims. Within their refugee camps, they have a lot of issues, land boundaries and other things that they are resolving. So based on that, they set up a community dispute resolution processes for them. And this is where I got the collaborative dispute resolution from that project. And this is the definition. Instead of you to have a zero-sum game, you need to come together, find a way that will be able to help each and every one of you in the dispute. Let's move on. So the key issues that we have to look at in collaborative dispute resolution and the role of the paralegals is one, whether the issue is involuntary process in resolving issues. So that is the court or adjudication process. So the issue is not voluntary. Then what are the role of the paralegal? Then voluntary processes, which is ADR processes. What is the role of the paralegal? Then mandatory processes, which is prior agreement that the parties have made. How can paralegals help them to respect that? So these are the ways that the paralegals can function. When it comes to mediation and arbitration, it can be at the involuntary process, which is the court-connected mediation. What if somebody has been referred to the court-connected mediation and they come to you as a paralegal? How can you assist them in doing so? Then if they don't go to the court system whereby their case can be referred to ADR, but they come directly to the voluntary process, which is using mediation or arbitration, then what can you do to help them? Then we come to the last one, which if they have a prior agreement, which can be an arbitration clause or a pre-dispute resolution agreement in their contract, what you do to help them. Let's move on. So pre-dispute stage, so access to information. At the pre-dispute stage, now there is no dispute between them. So paralegals will be able to provide them the needed information that they will need in order to avoid or prevent conflict or dispute from happening. Then we have so access to information is one, you the paralegal helping them to do that. Then dispute stage, where to go? This type of issue that I have, which forum would they be able to help me to resolve it? As a paralegal, we should be able to know and be able to help them to go to that particular places. If it's a criminal matter, the police station. If it is a civil matter, either you use ADR or you go to what? The court. These are the things that the paralegal can be doing. Then initiation of the collaborative dispute resolution processes. How do you initiate the process? Is it a pre-dispute resolution agreement? What does the clause say? And which institution is supposed to resolve it? Or is it an ad hoc issue? Ad hoc means that the parties are free to select anyone or any institution. But if it is an institutional base, then it means that they have to visit that particular institution. That is why it is important from the beginning, pre-dispute stage, you need to provide correct information because somebody can select a venue for a process outside their jurisdiction and they may not have money to travel there. So that is important. Then representation, either the court, ADR processes, paralegals when it comes to ADR process, the law is clear. Parties can be represented in mediation or arbitration by an expert or any individual the parties choose. So that person can also be a paralegal. So paralegal can help them, represent them, help them to do their case. But when you go there, don't go and make things difficult for they themselves. There are some people who come for mediation and they are represented or they are coming for the other party. They make the case worse than the parties themselves. So you don't do that. Then resolution process. A paralegal, when it comes to a resolution process, a paralegal can serve as a mediator or what? Arbitrator. Based on your knowledge in this field, you can do that. Then respecting the outcome. Paralegals can also educate the parties on the consequences of the outcome that they have agreed upon. Let's move on to the next. Then the role of the paralegal and legal executive in mediation. When it comes to mediation, what can you do? Case administration. You can be a case administrator because the law requires that if the parties can select a case administrator to manage the case for them, or the center that you have reported your matter to, they can be a case administrator, a mediator, or representing in mediation as enshrined in Section 71 of the ADR Act. Let's move on. Then, in arbitration, case administrator again, you can also be a registrar of an arbitration center, whereby you help in receiving cases, writing invitation to the other parties, and inviting them for pre-dispute solution. Okay. Which will help them to select the needed arbitrator, or you can also serve as the arbitrator. Then also you can serve as somebody to draft arbitration clauses for parties to put into their contract when you are reviewing contract for them. Then you can also serve as a recorder during the arbitration processes. A paralegal can serve as a recorder, and also you can serve as a legal researcher, helping the parties to get the necessary information for the arbitration process. Let's move on. Then the institutions, some of the institutions using paralegals, you can see them. The AfCCoDR, Legal Aid, CHRAJ, CHRAJ, International Center for Settlement of Investment Dispute. This is a subsidiary organization under World Bank. They are using paralegals as well. The London Court of Arbitration and other dispute solution centers, they use paralegals. Let's move on. Then, how do we strengthen the role of paralegal? Training and certification is very important. We must continue to build their capacity. Then continuous development, like the CPD that we are having, you are able to enhance the capacity that you have. You don't rust. You don't just say that I'm a paralegal and you don't read anything. You don't do anything. Sometimes write some article and put it out there. Let the people critique what you have said. And then you learn from it. All these things are done in order to improve. Then peer training. When it comes to peer training, among ourselves, we can train ourselves. We can organize workshop training during discussion, peer-to-peer discussion, so that we are able to enhance. Where one is weak, the other one will support. Then we are able to do that. Then networking, like conferences that we are doing, you have to come. Then standards and ethical issues. We have to also respect the boundaries. If we want to be recognized and our role be strengthened, then when we are given the opportunity, we don't mess up. Recently, I had a situation whereby not a paralegal, but a mediator doing a mediation and being attracted to the disputing party. And now started sending messages. These are some of the things that we must not enter into. There are boundaries, ethical standards, and we must respect that. If we want to be recognized and our role be strengthened, then we must also be guided. Let's move on. So in conclusion, paralegal and legal executive are indispensable players in the field of collaborative dispute resolution, particularly in mediation and arbitration. Their role extends beyond mere administrative support. They are active participants who can mediate, represent parties, and even arbitrate disputes. They need to enhance their training, recognizing their contribution and embracing their expanding role. We can make a significant strive towards improving access to justice, reducing litigation, and also enhancing social cohesion. Thank you.
Let's appreciate them once again, ladies and gentlemen. Great. So we've heard from the three of them. The floor is now open for us to interact with them as well. Ms. Mina did speak about access to justice and the role of the paralegal. Then Mr. Anthony took us through technology, how we can leverage technology with paralegal practice. Then Mr. Asare has also taken us through the arbitration, mediation, and dispute resolution mechanisms and what we can do. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open for us to interact, ask questions, and okay, so I've seen one hand here. Let me pick from you first.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to ask a question, but I want to ask Mr. Asare, how can we get the slides? Very important and very brief and very powerful slides. How do we get it? Thank you. God bless you.
Oh, this is direct. We'll post it on your platform. You have it.
Thank you very much. A mediator mediating. Having agreed with the two parties on the statements from both sides, started with the process. And along the line, there was a measure of stubbornness coming from one party. And it's like that person was now deviating from the stated statements from they themselves. As a mediator, can you, as you facilitate, can you also in a way try to manipulate the system to bring the deviating party online?
Thank you. I think this is not a mediation class. If you come to my class, I would have answered, but let me give a brief answer. What I'm saying is that when you say party statement, sometimes I have issues with it.
Yes.
When parties are coming, the initial statement, maybe they have done statement of claim or anything that they bring for the mediation or whatever. But in mediation, anything can happen. It doesn't mean they are restricted. Mediation doesn't mean they are restricted to go by what they earlier stated. No, it doesn't work that way. And when you talk about deviance or somebody is proving difficult, yes, it is voluntary process and they are allowed to do so. Yeah. It relies on you, the mediator, your skills and how you are able to use language effectively. And during the process, there are processes that were during your training, maybe you were told that you can caucus with the person. And
hello.
You can caucus with the person. So during the caucusing, you can let the person know by evaluating what has been happening. What has been happening during the process to the person. Have you looked at this? Have you looked at that? What do you think? This can happen. What do you see? This. So it won't be like you are the one telling him what to do. That's why I'm saying use the language effectively. When you go, I'm giving you an assignment. Read about compassionate curiosity and how to ask compassionate curiosity questions, which will bring to bear how some people can feel empathy, not sympathize, and be able to recognize the need of the other party and be able to help in resolving the particular matter. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, more hands. Let me go to this side first and pick from my lady. Then I'll come to the gentleman.
Thank you very much. Please, I wish the legal aid people are here so that some clarification.
Some are here. Talk. They will hear.
Okay, so for our layman understanding, we know that the legal aid is for people who cannot afford the services of a legal practitioner. So as a paralegal, I'm practicing and somebody reported a case to me. I'm helping the person to go to court or to address the matter. And we realized that the other party already gone for ADM. No,
legal aid services. Meanwhile, the other party also is willing to get a lawyer, but she can or he or she cannot afford. In this situation, as a paralegal, what am I going to do to help that person also? Thank you.
This question has to be answered by the MC. He is a legal aid officer. A senior officer within legal aid, so he will answer.
Thank you very much. So normally what happens is that we cannot provide two lawyers from the same chamber. The legal aid is a chamber on its own. It's a state chamber. You can't have two lawyers coming from the same chamber arguing on different sides. So when you come in, we can only help one. When we give one person in here, what we'll do is that we have referral centers or other chambers outside our jurisdictions who work with us. So we refer the other party in the name of Legal Aid Commission, but another lawyer from a different chamber will be attending to that person. I hope you understand. So this is how we operate. We work with other chambers. We have their list with that. So anytime two parties or the parties come and we need to provide both of them legal aid, we can give one in-house and give the other outside. You still have to keep coming to us. You see, what happens is that some chambers may look at the case and say, okay, this one, we are not interested. You come back to legal aid. We'll give you a different person to handle it. That is how the process works. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Yeah, for example, if two economically disadvantaged parties, and then maybe legal aid is providing services to one, alternatively, FIDA could be used for the other party or other bodies that my good brother talked about. So maybe the bar within the region can encourage one counsel to provide services for the other party who doesn't have access, or one who is not able to access the services of the legal aid office from that particular place. Yeah.
If you have such a call on the chairman of this conference, he also assists.
Okay, my question has to do with collaboration. I represent Youth for Human Rights Council International. We promote the universal fundamental human rights. On a field of work, we encounter issues like people bring issues after educating or after reading their right to them. They bring their personal issues. Some will say they are being violated at home and here and there. Personally, I use my background, my profession to solve such issues in collaboration with some state institutions like CHRAJ. And if it to go to court, I still have to take a letter from CHRAJ and then lead the client to court. In this instance, the organization is represented by volunteers across the 16 regions. So my question has to do with what would your institution, what can we, the volunteers, benefit from this program in order to ease some of this exercise? Thank you.
Let me pick.
Yes, you see, the court has a structure, and the government then will lay the charges and fees supposed to be charged by individuals when they go to court. So the court has been designated by Parliament and it's a law. So in effect, if we want dispensation from it, then we must fight as hard as possible as an organization to tell them that we do some of the work that the legal aid board is doing. If not so, then we have to rely on our Parliament to pass another law, giving you the chance so that you can file your case in court for the disadvantaged person. Because most of the time, what I see sometimes in the court is that you bring a case, either it is from the Ministry of Justice or legal aid. Since the Ministry of Justice is under legal aid, it ends up there. Legal aid is under the Ministry of Justice. So it becomes a headache. But do not lose hope, since there are other organizations which are now fighting for the common man on the street, so to say. I believe at the appropriate time, and the appropriate time you ask me when, and I will tell you very soon. How soon it will be, I can't tell. So let's cross our fingers and watch the politicians, what they give to us. Anybody to help? There's no help coming.
Sorry, I think the question Mr. Ali has answered and asked. He was asking about which institution are you willing, do you want to collaborate, or are you willing to collaborate? Is it the Center for National Interest and Research or African Center? Which one? Yeah, so if you are looking at Center for National Interest, so you have to send a message to the office. We are located at Osu, around Gillette Pharmacy, or you can come to the office, engage the director, talk about what you want to offer, how they can collaborate, and I believe there is something that we can work out from there. Thank you.
The other day, somebody came to me, and I discussed his problem with him. And it got to a stage which became very difficult. So I called the director of Legal Aid Board, discussed it with him, and he gave the dispensation that the person should come and see him. Whatever transpired, I did not hear from the person again. It means his or her case was solved. It was about money to file. So why don't you collaborate with them? Government gives them money, and the Ministry of Justice will talk about it for that purpose. And he's here, representing the Attorney General. You can ask him. I've said nothing wrong. It's what I know.
I think that in terms of collaboration, you started by saying that you take a letter from CHRAJ. A lot of civil society organizations do the same thing. CHRAJ, for instance, there were times when we need to take cases to court. We are pro bono lawyers are doing that for us, but we were still being charged. So we collaborated with the Legal Aid Commission. So every case that is supposed to be filed by CHRAJ, it is assumed that it is a legal aid case, and those fees are waived. Obviously, there are certain unauthorized fees that are being collected. Let's face facts. It is a fact. Regardless of the letters that you take, there are unauthorized fees that are being collected. And these are some of the things that we need to deal with them as a people and as a nation. By the time you get to court, we don't charge here. Yeah, a cracker. It is, but they will charge you. And that is what, no, yes, the ages rep is here. I mean, okay, it is there. So please, these are some of the things.
The benefit where it said he needs money for something. Meanwhile, he's been given allowance for all this transportation. If you don't give, they will not go.
Exactly.
As a nation, what do? We must stop giving and they will stop collecting.
But you see,
you keep on charging.
No, Tony, hello. We can sit here and say that, but the reality is it does not work. The reality is so what do we do as a nation? And one of the problems that I have found with us as a people, you are being cheated. You have complained. I want to take the matter up. The moment I take the matter up, you, the person who brought me the complaint, you decide that you don't want to be a part of it. You don't want to be a witness to that. How do I deal with the problem? And that is what is happening. Because we've had it over and over and over at the courts, at the police stations. We have had it over and over and over. So Ghanaians are such that we sit here and we blame politicians. We blame the state agencies. But we as a people, are we prepared to stand by? It's tiresome. It's difficult. You do back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Are you prepared to go through that? If you're not prepared to go through that, this issue is moot. Because let me tell you, I've been in this business for 20 years. Ombeji. Meanwhile, we don't charge. Thank you.
Very well. So most of you would. So beyond the access to justice is the enforcement. So as a mediator, the parties are here. They come for mediation. We've agreed on the terms of settlement. And then who watches the enforcement? Because at the end of the day, the parties come back. Or sometimes if you are generous enough of you want to empathize with them and then you give them your number, you end up receiving the complaints every day. Madam, I said, Busumi, you bet you had 300. I think this month's board, how do we enforce it? In fact, I'm happy the state agencies are here. Who watches the enforcement? Can we have an institution that will strictly watch this and watch that these terms of settlement are enforced so that they don't keep coming back with complaints all the time? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just take part of it. You see, the bottom line is that mediation is voluntary. ADR is voluntary. So after you have settled it, if it's court-appointed mediation, it's easier. But even that, I can assure you, you mediate, and then they go back to the judge, and they said, Mankasa. Oh yes, Mankasa, or the mediator forced me to agree. So that is there. So normally, I think that what happens with the court-appointed mediation is when you go and you say that I didn't agree to it, the judge will rule on it. It will go through the process. So I think it's the same with the private one. Two people have come to you. They want you to settle an issue for them. You have agreed. If any of the parties disagree, they have to go to court. That is what it is, because there's not much it is a voluntary process. You have done your job. If one party disagrees, that party has to go to court to get enforcement. That is what you can do. There's nothing much you can do. You can't force them.
Okay, all right. So from the side, please.
I think adding to what she said, in as much as the process is voluntary, the outcome, once the parties have signed, it becomes binding. So when it comes to the private side, you have to go back to the court for enforcement. If the other party is not honoring what they said, you have to go back to the court. So it will take the same effects as for enforcing any court judgment. So the court has to adopt it. So now you have to go to the court. The court has to adopt it as its own judgment. Then after that, you can continue the enforcement process. So once you are doing mediation and you think that the party may do certain one or two, start looking for the person's property. When you finish, go to court and enforce and attach it. Sell to defray the court, the same way the court issues are. But the enforcement of AD outcome are faster than the court proceedings, because a certain or two, the court can accept and rule on it if there are no issues with the processes that the mediator used. Unless there are questions within what the mediator, the character, how he conducted himself, then that is why we're asking that mediators must be able to conduct themselves well, so nobody can raise certain issues against you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, I would like to know if out of this agreement, I can go to court without a lawyer. I want to know this. I represented myself. Thank you. Thank you very much then.
Okay, all right. So you respond.
This one, state attorney will do us the honor.
You can always represent yourself in court unless it has to do with a very serious offense like treason or murder. That one you need legal representation at all costs. But other than that, but it's more advisable if you take legal counsel. Yes.
This is from the ministry.
All right, let me take this question, please.
Let me add something to it. There was a case in court where a lady represented herself at the Supreme Court. She did everything right in the court, spoke fluently, defended the title of the land which was supposed to be for her husband. At the end of the case, the judge, Doche, said, look, she's a very powerful woman and has done very well. Rather unfortunately, she went against the procedure. So they cannot give judgment in her favor. So if you go sin against the court procedure, which is something for the lawyer, and you go yourself, you might fail. Don't assure yourself that you speak fluently, you know bravo, so you go and talk like a parrot. It doesn't work that way. The court has rules and regulations which you must abide by. That is all that I can tell you. Don't try.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's take the next batch of questions, please.
Let me just
okay,
add
please
this.
add. Yes.
And you see, madam, even lawyers, when they get cases, they get another lawyer to represent them. Why is that so? That's the question that you need to ask. It is said, and I'm quoting, I forgot, he said, it's only a fool who represents himself in court. So lawyers, when they get cases, they hardly represent themselves.
Please, thank you. My name is Kofi Nyako. The law was made for us to be law-abiding and a good citizen. But in Ghana, our lawyers defend clients and satisfy clients. So what are we going to do?
Ask again.
Our lawyers in Ghana, they satisfy clients. They are not to make us a good citizen or law-abiding. They make money with the law. That is the fact. I want to tell you something. Someone told me he had a case. His lawyer told him to send Momo money to the judge. So he has a judge's number. This is a country we are living in. And when you speak like a small boy like me, who are you? Small boy, I have an issue, a very big issue in Gritco. Finally, say I have a mental problem. Thank you.
Hello, and please, you cannot make assertions based on hearsay, something that you cannot prove. Okay, respectfully. Yes. And these are very serious allegations. If any judge were here, he or she would not be amused with you at all.
No.
Yeah. Ms. Daddy, please, on your software or app, is it accessible? Is it accessible for us? And then are there other possible apps that we can use in terms of the technology you are asking us to apply?
Sure. Right. If you heard of the Law Finder, it's one of the softwares that I've created. And I wouldn't sit here and say, this is what it does, what it can do. But there are other softwares that are in the process of being developed and they've got to their latter stage. But as at now, the Law Finder is online. When you click, you can get it. But when you want it personally on your tablet, whatever you gadget that you call it, when you call Isaac and you get my number, my workers will come and do the installation for you. If you want me to come personally, then I'll do you the honor and come because I love you and I love money.
Quickly, I'm coming to the next question. Hello. Since the media is with us, the bad news sales, we respectfully ask that you kindly retract your statement for me so that at least we do it. Just retract.
Please, which one? This is the reason why people don't want to tell the truth. I'm telling you, we are in Ghana. Please, I have withdrawn because he said I should withdraw. And I will not mention the person who tells me his name. If you send me to call wherever, I will mention the person. So I have
Okay,
withdrawn.
thank you for withdrawing. Yes, thank you. We don't want hearsay. That is all that we want. Yes, we don't want hearsay. If it is your experience personal, then we are okay with it. We don't want hearsay. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, my
question is regards to the requirement for mediators, court connected in particular. The minimum age requirement is 40. I want to plead that if you can bring the age requirement down for us, because some of us, me for instance, I'm using myself as an example. I was trying to also link as a court connected mediator. And the information I had was that I'm not up to 40. And for that matter, I am not qualified. And I don't see the age to be a barrier to become a court connected mediator. So I'll be very grateful if you can't address this challenge for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think unfortunately, we don't have the judicial service here to give you a specific answer. So we may not be able, because they have their own rules and regulations that they work within the court system. And we cannot know the reason behind that particular age. Even Ghana, if you want to become a president, you have to be 40 and above. So everyone can set their rules. So we cannot answer specifically to your question. So we'll leave that to the judicial service to answer whenever we meet them at a different forum like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mine is not a question, but it's something that I think is very important. In Ghana or elsewhere, we have laws. And then all professions or professionals operate within a certain law. And if you don't work within that law, you go outside the law will do what? Will hold you down. We're saying that in Ghana, we have the Legal Profession Act, which is a law. And this helps lawyers what they should do and what not to do, the levels at which they should go. Then we have the Legal Aid Act. They also are within a certain law, what they should do, what they are not supposed to do. Then in recent times, we have the Alternative Dispute Resolution Act, which is also a law. Now, there are regulations. Legal profession has been amended. The act has been amended. From 1960, they had 2024, LI 2186. Now we have Legal Aid Commission Regulations, 2019, LI 2406. Then we have Ghana Bar Association, Rules of Professional Conduct. What we are saying is that paralegals and legal executives form part of the legal system. They don't have any law governing them what they should do, what not to do in Ghana. But elsewhere, at least I know of UK and US, we have friends who are legal executives, they are chartered legal executives, they are paralegals. They have laws that govern them what to do and what not to do. And what we're saying is that there are a lot of paralegals in the system, in the banking sector, in some international organizations operating, and privately. We want to come together to find a way that the right institutions, I think authority that is here, they have been drafting the bills. I was talking to Isaac. When you go to the Ghana Bar Association, they have a law. Is it possible that the law can be amended to add the legal executive or paralegal, or they have their own law so that they can work within that? And these are some of the reasons why we are meeting as paralegals. We're hearing legal and ADR, yes, they are also within, but ADR has an act, they have a law, but paralegals and legal executives don't have. I don't know if something is pending and the state institution can talk to us about, but how do we do that so that sometimes you are doing certain works with some lawyers, they will tell you, you are not a lawyer, so you should be careful. Sometimes your professional work, I am an engineer by profession and a chartered surveyor consultant. Some of the work I'm doing as a consultant, you will see some legal issues in it. But because you have some legal knowledge, it will help you. And if you have the ADR, it helps you that solving the problem and making the small money you make than pushing them to court if they don't have that legal knowledge. So this is what, and when we were trained as paralegals, and we see pastors, security agencies, and I'm in parcels from various recognized churches, Anglican, Methodist, who were mates, and they came to do ADR, they came to do paralegal. And as any profession in which you are, you need to have some legal knowledge. There are people who are other professions like engineers or valuers in certain institutions. Those who have some legal background knowledge, their works are very, very effective. And sometimes it doesn't result in some litigation or other things. So what I want us to be looking at is how best can we have, if there is something pending, a paralegal or legal executive act or bill, it's through the bill before the act comes in. Yes. So if there's a bill pending or there is something, what can we do so that we can have that and then the work becomes more effective and everybody knows its limits? Thank you.
Mr. Okansi, thank you very much. The process of making law is not as easy as you've said it. It takes a lot of time and the input must come from us. What we have to do is that we take a bold step in informing the AG, the drafting department, that we have certain law that we want to bring into the process. And what the AG will do is that he will sought advice from competent and good people who are in the business and collect information, and they will use it to draft whatever is there. If we don't make a push, we shall still be in the gutters. Yes. So if he knows how their drafting department works, if you don't force Parliament to bring a bill on it through your representative at Teshinungwa or wherever you are, I like sorry, my stubbornness. And you sit there and you keep on complaining by not pushing your parliamentarian to force them to put a bill in front of the AG, which the AD will make a publication in the newsprint that they need information on this kind of issue. So anybody who is technically sound to give that information to come forward, and they will give you a number of days. When you look at our dailies, you take it and look at sports, funerals, oh, menegbo, mebegbo, and you see a pretty lady, hey, that is not what you do. Read the newspaper in whole and see the point where they say Parliament announcement. This and this day, we're collecting information about this. Anybody who has any knowledge about that should bring, then we bring it. Then they will send it back to Parliament, and the technocrats in Parliament who are specialized in that area will take it, and they will start throwing the blows. And they draft it, and they send it to them. Is there that the button goes there also with drafted, and they will do a job. After that, they will send to Parliament. See, as enemy. If not, they bring back to the people who drafted it. They call all those people who brought the input. They find it, and they take to Parliament. They debate and they pass it, and it is given to the president for assent. If we don't take the initiative as paralegals, and we sit there, we sit down every day, waiting for them to come and do it for us, they will not do it. I can confirm that there are some lawyers in Ghana who does not even want to see a paralegal, and they don't want the process to grow. Whether they like it or not, I'm saying it. That's why they can record me. Because I've talked to some of them and they say, but you people, what are you going to do there? Look, let me tell you, with some of us, without us, the court process cannot move, because the information that the lawyer needs to propagate his gospel in the courtroom, to call Jesus Christ to come, he doesn't have it. You, the paralegals, have it, so you have power. Why can't you move? The initiative must come for us. We can sit here and talk the whole day. It will amount to nothing unless we take the move. And by taking the move, it means we must be giving productivity the chance. We sit down, we don't do anything. Then we look into the moon and we're waiting for somebody to set the ball rolling. Let's all stand up and move forward to achieve our target and goal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ade. I take the final question or comment. Okay,
that conversations have been ongoing about drafting of a law for a very long time. So civil society has come together. It is out of those conversations that even the Legal Aid Commission did their own LI. I can say that on authority. It was out of conversations that civil society had that they wanted to form regulations or an ally to guide the practice of paralegalism that the commission picked and did that for themselves. So it is not that civil society is not, paralegals are not doing anything. It's a question of coming together and drafting, putting something there. If you are waiting for the AD to draft and bring it to us, it's not going to happen. Trust me. I work extensively on the Right Information Act. It is not they are not the one who did it. We did give them something to work with. Charlie, their work is a lot. So we need to put something together. And we have the foundation. There are examples all over the African continent that we can pick. Kenya, for instance, has a very good. Malawi has a very good one. Uganda has a very good. We can take it, put it together, and then submit. So it is just for us to act. So conversations have been going on for a very, very long time. And I think that we will get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Joseph Okante. When the gentleman spoke, I think Mr. Okansi, is that right? Yeah, when I heard him speaking, I heard him saying, you. I'm an invited guest to this conference. So I'm wondering who the you is. And then also, I know we are here under an umbrella of paralegal practitioners. Isaac, am I right?
This was organized by Center for National Interest and Research. This is an initiative for them for this conference.
Okay.
So we are not here under any association. Okay. We are here under them.
Okay, so I want to think that the you that he was referring to is those who are in the group or leading organizations like what Mr. Isaac is leading. They are directly in line for advocacy. So when you talk of approaching the Attorney General, or you talk of approaching Parliament, you are the organizers or the organizations who to do that. When I talk to my parliamentarian, I'm alone. If I'm a practitioner, my voice will not do anything. But the group or umbrella under which I may be operating, that umbrella body is supposed to get in touch with other umbrella bodies like paralegal associations, and they together can put up how do we call it? They can go to Parliament and try to do whatever they can do and get a parliamentarian to do a private member bill or something, like what these LGBT people did. So please, the you must be defined. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have really exhausted our time on this session. We want to appreciate our panelists. Please take your seat. Let's appreciate them with a round of applause. Mr. Mensah, Mr. Antoniadi, and Mr. Isaac Asari. Thank you very much. We are left with the last two to go. Now, quickly, I've been told on national security. As paralegals, we need to understand something about national security. So I'd like to invite Mr. Mohammed Kabata, quickly, Kataba. All right, there's a mic there. Kataba, to take us through paralegal, legal executive collaborative as national security strategy. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate him as he takes us through the presentation. When he is done, we'll come back and take the takeaways that we want to have today.
Good afternoon. So my name is Mohammed. I'm a security risk analyst. So I'll take you through paralegal and legal executive collaboration as a national security strategy. So the abstract on my research is based on the need for how paralegals and legal executives work hand in hand with other organizations in order to ensure humanitarian needs as a means to ensure national security. So this is what I have. The class of my submission will focus on exploring rules of paralegals and how they collaborate with legal executives to ensure justice delivery and its underlying effects on human security and long-term national security as a broad concept. It will throw light on how to make their work efficient and how they can collaborate with other security services. So the research was based on focus group discussion. So focus group discussion, we used lawyers, paralegals, and members, litigants, plaintiffs, and anybody in the legal field, and also in the security field. So we used military officers, members of the National Investigative Bureau. Can we? Yes, so that's the research design. So the research design was focused on focus group discussion. So introduction. So we define who paralegals are and their roles in the CHRAJ dispensation. So paralegals are individuals who provide legal assistance outside the formal legal profession and are not licensed to represent clients in court. So paralegals, as the definition says, work with non-governmental organizations. They are attached to lawyers and law firms. They conduct legal research and case management in the sense that they ensure that the itinerary of lawyers are properly arranged and the lawyers know what they are doing. And also they try to, in as much as possible, manage the clients for the client to know their rights during the case. And they are intermediaries between communities and formal legal institutions, helping in service delivery. So in our normal communities, the individual may not know how to find a lawyer or the legal profession. So it's the paralegal's duty to go out there and let the individual know that, okay, your right has been infringed. This is how you go about it. And this is where you can find a lawyer, or this is how the legal institution that can help you. So they also form as a basis of education in the community. Okay, so results and discussion from marrying paralegal and national security. So now there is a growing need of national security moving to human security. So the emphasis is now on human security as a means to achieve national security. So when we are focusing on human security means that the individual as a human being must be safe, must be secure, his rights must be protected. He must have access to legal aid if there should be an issue. So the results or the processes in the development of national security strategy, the 5 P's is considered. So the process, the products, the priorities, and partnership. And in this regard, you see how paralegals and legal executives play a role. So in the process, paralegals facilitate the process through community engagement and legal clinics and open forums. So you have paralegals going out, educate people about their rights and the national security, right? So, okay, this is what happens. Terrorism, don't engage in terrorism. If somebody harms you, don't go and fight. Okay, there is conflict here. No, don't hate the person. So that's what paralegals do. So in the process, they facilitate legal clinics. They educate them on their rights. So these are your rights, So the products. When national security is developed or policies are developed, you would have paralegals doing an analysis of it. So paralegals, they analyze strategies, policy documents, and ratifications, taking cognizance of the law. And members, they interact with in justice delivery. So paralegals, they interact with members in our community, in their court processes, and in their work. And they provide analysis of it if a policy has been developed. Okay, so this policy is developed. How is it affecting the clients I represent? Or how is it affecting the individual interactor during the court process? Okay, this is his opinion on it. So the paralegal will facilitate it, the product. They'll put their opinions on the product for it to be considered. Then we go to the priorities. Now, aid in challenging key issues they encounter to enable their various roles develop their various roles. Development can be harnessed as a secure atmosphere breeds and guarantees development. So there are priorities as we are here in this country. We have limited resources, and one of the priorities is security. And in prioritizing security, the paralegal's opinion on issues bordering security cannot be neglected. So he'll give his opinion how we prioritize key security issues. Okay, so let's say during the court processes, during research, these were the topical cases. Maybe domestic violence were key issues or were major issues. So let's prioritize domestic violence, or let's prioritize maybe armed robbery. So the priorities, in the priorities consideration, the paralegals play a role, and legal executives as well. So the people, a holistic view of people in the justice delivery. So paralegals conduct research, and paralegals also interact with people. So here, they'll give a holistic view. They'll give an impartial view of what is happening in the justice delivery system, because when you bring lawyers, politicians, those individuals, they look at how they are canvassing votes for their political party or their gain. But what does the paralegal or the legal executive have to gain? Nothing. He's seeking for the right thing to be done. Please, let's move. Okay, so we are going to partnership, obviously, collaboration, how paralegals and other state actors and non-state actors will collaborate effectively to achieve national security. So partnership as well. So African Union calls for a national security strategy for its members, taking into account the following: recognition of deficits in the delivery and governance of security. The national security of members will produce through a fully consultative participatory process a well-defined national security strategy based on democratic principles, human security needs, respect for human rights, and international humanitarian law. So this is the African Union zooming in on how national security must be developed by its members. So if you are developing national security, it must be a participatory process and a democratic process. And when we are talking about humanitarian law, it is the paralegal or legal executive who will come in here to explain what goes into the law or what the law says about it. Now, so there is a deficit. In the deficit of national security, we can't ignore the legal executive's opinion, because legal executives conduct mediation, arbitration, among other functions. Then we'll move on to how it also suggests the following elements of national security strategy: long-term vision, security interest to complement national development objectives, guiding principles of non-aggressive legitimate self-defense and collective security, efficient use of resources, participation of all groups, including women and girls, at levels of national security strategy. Okay, so during the introduction, I heard one of our distinguished traditional leaders is focusing on women. I don't know. I heard some introduction like that. Women and girls are mostly neglected in every discourse we do. You know, their opinions are not considered. So the paralegal here, based on how he goes to court and the legal research he does, will try to harness or let us know the legal cases involving girls or women and how they are being abused, and they will channel it in the national security framework. So these issues raised by AU goes to enforce the call for strategic collaboration of all stakeholders in the implementation of these objectives, and the role of paralegals and legal minds in this arena cannot be neglected, as an understanding of the law and its functionality plays a major role. It plays a role in member state implementation of these policies and suggestions. So here we see how paralegals' opinion and legal minds' ability to explain and interpret the law to individuals plays a role in development of national security. So now we'll move on. We'll now zero into Ghana's national security principles. So Ghana's national security strategy guiding principle states: ensuring people-centered security, provide for a people-centric and security response approach to Ghana's national security in line with Article 1, Section 1 of the 1992 Constitution, which states, let's move. Yes, which states that the sovereignty of Ghana resides in the people of Ghana, in whose name and for whose welfare the powers of government are to be exercised in the manner and within the limits laid down in this Constitution. So here, in the national security guiding principles, it states that the Constitution must be the yardstick for developing national security. And the humanitarian needs are stated in there. And if you talk about constitution, it's the law. And who best to explain the law, or who best to break down the law to the individuals? It's the paralegal, the legal executive. So here, in national security guiding principles, we cannot neglect the paralegal. But let's ask the question: when they were developing the national security principle, how many paralegals or legal executives were consulted? Was anybody here consulted? Was any paralegal consulted in the development of national security principles? You were consulted. I saw a hand somewhere here. I saw your hand. No, so you see, the paralegal is being relegated to the background from our analysis of the national security principles. Then sociologically, okay, that one is different. So let's, in the justice delivery, which centers on issues affecting individuals and the collaboration of stakeholders to address these challenges in the legal space cannot be emphasized as is evidence from the breakdown of the components of the national security strategy. So let's move. Let's move to the next one. So a depiction of the paradigm shift in narrow traditional military roles to broader humanitarian security. So in the normal traditional security roles, the military is the main institution that ensures national security. But now there's a shift from traditional military roles to human security roles. Now, in the normal traditional role, you have the integrity of borders, high or aggressive conflict management skills, where you have soldiers deploying to conflict areas using machine guns and using curfews to manage security. Or you have soldiers at the borders with armor and heavy security equipment trying to implement national security. But now there's a shift to human security. And this is how it shifts. I'm not seeing it properly. But so the approach, well, I'm not seeing it properly, but narrow traditional to broader military roles. So here we're talking about how, okay, also the approach. So the approach would have focused on normal traditional security roles, but now you are focused on the human being. Now, so good. Regime, states, and territorial defense. So that's what the narrow traditional security role will talk about. Now we are talking about security of the state and its population, national security and public safety, executive, military, security sector, and related government sectors. Inclusive approach, inclusive holistic approach, top-down closed approach, top-down consultative process, classified and public. Now, those were how back then we did things in terms of national security role. Now we are talking about currently and how the paralegal legal executives come into play. Now, documents have to be declassified. They have to be made public. If you are declassifying documents, how you go out there and declassify the documents plays a role, because now misinformation is very key. If somebody comes there and goes like, oh, this is what the document is saying, or this is what we are talking about, there'll be a problem. So it now behooves on the paralegal or the legal executive to take cognizance of the law and break it down for the individual to understand. So we don't want to have any problem. You know, sometimes misinformation causes a lot of problem. And the process is now interpretation of top-down, bottom-up approach. So bottom-up approach, how does the information get up there? The legal, executive, and paralegals harnessing the views of the people and taking it up. And if the policy is done, how does it come there down? Is the paralegal, legal executives who go out there, organize community clinics, legal clinics, and explain to people how things must be done. And now it's a participatory process. So we all must come together as paralegals and legal executives and members in the security sector and work together. So let's move. Okay, so the phases of developing national security rules. So the planning process, the implementation process, and the assessment process. So planning process, the paralegals bring their opinions, whatever they've gathered, and the implementation process, collaboration of partners, NGOs, among others, and the implementation process, the assessment process. So they bring feedback of what has happened on the ground. So if a paralegal goes into mediation and sees that these are the key issues, engaging the traditional leaders, the ladies, everybody, they can bring an assessment of how the laws is being appreciated or how the national security is being appreciated by the individuals. So let's move. Okay, so let's go. Yeah, let's go. Okay, so in conclusion, effective and efficient collaboration of paralegals and legal executives through symbolic interactions geared at conditioning the minds of members of society on key human security issues that mitigates progress and has broad-based spectrum influence on national security by tailoring programs and issues based on the guiding principles of national security can greatly influence the national security architecture positively. As such, attention and resources should be channeled towards paralegal education and development. So from here, we are concluding the fact that paralegals play a major role in party maintenance of the society with their collaboration with the various security sectors. As such, it behoves on government to come up with standardization, providing formal education for paralegals. You know, I spoke to one judge, and the judge says that now paralegals are a means to an end. You find LLB graduates who are trying to make it into law school in firms acting as paralegals. They study on the job because in the long run, they are trying to be lawyers. They don't come as paralegals because they want to be paralegal. And he said that there is no established law guiding how paralegals function. Sometimes the people in the judicial sector don't even understand what paralegals do. So he says that there should be a law, or he calls that there should be a law that should guide paralegals. And there is no institution or university in Ghana that trains paralegals and offers widely accepted certificates. You know, so if you come to countries like Canada, America, there's the National Association of Licensed Paralegals, and there's a registry where you can easily find it. But in Ghana, we don't have that. So now the problem is that we have to find standardization for paralegal education, and there must be institutions that train paralegals, and paralegals should be given some sort of power. In Canada, you have paralegals representing members in certain small claim courts where they go into mediation and they draft documents. So if paralegals can draft documents and understand the law, why are they not being given the opportunity to also represent members in courts based on certain issues? And they can also share their opinion and understanding of the law. So in summary, what we are saying is that paralegals are very vital members of the community, and they must be considered in national security development and human security development. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go. Don't go. There are questions for you.
Thank you. Lisa, as you were talking, I was hearing about national security. And I wanted to find out these mediators and ADR people who act now are being cases are being referred to for ADR so that they will settle. How is their security? Because sometimes they go and sit on cases and there will be fights. So who is giving them security? Because I know the judges, they have security, but the ADR doesn't have. So what is the national security doing about that?
The question borders on standardization. Now, how are cases heard in Ghana? We go to the courts for a case to be heard. And the court is a secured place. You have policemen in the court and what have you. Now, if a mediator wants to hear a case, where does he hear it? He has to go and stand under some tree. So why don't we have official buildings where paralegals or mediators can have an avenue for cases to be heard with a formal process? Then we can have security attached to those places to ensure their security. That is a very simple one. We can have a law complex. The law complex over there, do we have a mediators do we have a room for mediators where they hear cases?
I think they have.
They have.
Yes, they have.
They have currently. They have a paralegal.
They have, yes.
Okay.
The new court complex they
have it now. It's functioning. Okay, so well, I'm now being educated on
it's
that.
when you when you go to the local courts,
okay,
the district court, that's where sometimes some of them do not have a good place, but some of them have.
Well,
yeah, there are places.
Talk about that. Judicial service in a sense does not build. It is the district assembly that must build. So if it's not been done, then put pressure on the district assembly.
Okay, any other question?
Yes. Okay, so like what my attention has been drawn to that. So mediation and mediators, their roles fall under paralegals. Now, there must be an established institution, or there must be established institutions where paralegals can easily hear cases based on mediation. Now, the security will be ensured when there's an official framework. So if there's an official framework, then it can state that, okay, we are attaching a security personnel to this paralegal or to these places. And they are saying that they are more in localized communities. So if you go to Boko or somewhere, I'm not sure there is an established housing for paralegals where they hear cases. So if that is done, the security will be ensured. Quick, do I answer your question clearly? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know something. You said there are no established educational centers for paralegals.
Official and recognized.
Google, then I saw professional diploma in paralegal studies, Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Yes, I just saw MA Legon. I don't know how accredited they are. If I can get some.
So we are
answers.
talking about courses that give paralegals that give them the standardization to work. Now, if you as a lawyer, as a law student, go and study LLB at Legon or Tech, you don't have the authority to function practice as a lawyer. You have to go to Mokola or go to the law school to function as a lawyer. Now, if these courses are there, but we are talking about the course that gives them the opportunity to be licensed and practicing paralegals. I don't know which institution.
Okay, maybe you are talking about having
professionalism
to the work, professional body.
That offers license and provides an official association. That's what we are talking about.
So as part of our resolution today, it can be one of the things that we can talk about.
That's what I'm talking about. So MA, paralegal, you still don't get it. So let me break it down for you. How lawyers are trained and how lawyers are done, how lawyers are made. So you go to LLB, you get your 4-year degree, then you go to the School of Law to get your license in practice, your BL. Now paralegals, yes, there are institutions that have training, but there is no official or standardized form, national standardization. So if there's national standardization, then it can go like, okay, paralegals must be trained for 4 years to get maybe a paralegal degree or a paralegal diploma and get a license. So when a paralegal has come, he knows that, okay, this is his license number and this is what he's doing.
Thank you very much. I wish to commend the organizers. I want to really commend the organizers indeed for this important and refreshing conference. As a civil society leader, I want to also propose and further urge the leadership of the organizers to take this up so that we come together because there should be a formal training that will lead to certification as a certified paralegal practitioner, so that through a law backed by the government. So it's a whole, I think it might be us, the panel, the discussant, the officer who was part of the panel said, all the discussions and the actions must be tabled or must be initiated by an institution such as the organizers. So this is what I'm proposing, I'm urging and encouraging that something like that must be done. Thank you very much. God bless.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Yes,
from our conversations today, I am seeing a regime where we want to decentralize paralegalism to the core of our existence. So I'm looking at a regime where we can incorporate what we have within the district assemblies, because when you go deep down there, they have zonal councils and area councils, which sometimes sit on some of these cases, you know. So I'm looking at a regime where we can incorporate what they do into what we do in our everyday lives, so that the regime for paralegalism would rise. I don't know if I'm making.
You make sense. So you are making a point on standardization and official and national recognition. So it makes sense.
Hello. Yeah. I would like to ask, in your presentation, you made mention of national security and homeland security. So I would like to know, in Ghana, what are the priorities of our homeland security and how that is related to paralegal?
Okay,
Thank
so in Ghana, zeroing in Ghana, our national security principle equals the human security principle. So human security ensures that all aspects of the human lives are secured. The political life, the social life, the right to education, everything that encompasses the human being or makes up the human being is ensured. Safe communities, what have you. So if all those things, the human being, you zero in on the human being is safe, the community is safe, and the country is safe. Because if the human being is safe and all his needs are being met, he won't go out to engage in conflict-related activity. So if you zero in on the human being, he has the right education, he will not have the mindset to engage in terrorism or terrorist activity. If the human being has a secured community, he will not go and purchase a weapon or engage in actions to try to protect himself. If the human or the person has secured food or has his environment is safe, now there's an issue of galamsey, his environment is safe, he won't go out to go and demonstrate or to engage in an action that will result in him being handcuffed or being taken to court, what have you. So, and if he has the right education as well, he knows what he's about, he knows what to do, how to access his rights, and everything that goes with it. Do you get me now?
But having it will not be limited to education alone. For instance, people who engage in terrorism, does not mean they are not educated. They are well educated, and they know what national security and homeland security is means, but they engage in those activities. So I would like to say education may not be the only thing that can let people not to commit crime or engage in terrorism. Thank you.
So when I say education, the education we are talking about is not classroom education. We are talking about being educated on what the law says. So if you know the law says don't go and steal, you go and steal. It's up to you. So if you are being educated, you have the right to education, you are being educated, you know what you are supposed to do and what you are not supposed to do. So it's supposed to guide you, but we are human beings. We all have innate ideas what to do. Our orientations are different. But the moment there is education, there are posters everywhere. You have easy access to what the law says. You are obliged to obey. When we walked in here, they said sit down. Now you're standing down. If you stand and you start to walking around, it's your own mind which is telling you to do that. So that's where we zero in on you and we deal with you. Then after we are done dealing with you, you come back to your senses and you'll be okay.
Okay, I think we have to give a hand of applause for him and thank him. Thank you, Mohammed. It's a good job that he has done. When he saw the team, he said he's going to work on it and he has done a great job. He keeps pestering me that, yes, we should give him an opportunity to present. And I think you can all see the work that he has done. Thank you. And moving on, we're supposed to take our lunch before we continue with the other one, but the lunch is not in. So I'll plead it to you so that we continue. So if we are able to finish before the lunch, then we just take our food and we eat, then we go home. I believe we agree to that. Okay, all right, thank you. You want to stretch a bit? Oh, okay, somebody can give us an icebreaker. Who is going to give us the icebreaker? Okay, can we all be upstanding? Kindly be upstanding, yes. And just exchange pleasantries with 5 people. Five. I'll ask their name, the institution that they are coming from. Yes. 5. I'll ask everyone.
We've got somewhere before, right? Yes, we've got somewhere.
So that's we have to
Okay, add extra 5 and make it 10. Make it 10, 10. Make it 10. Make it 10. Make it 10. Belinda, I haven't seen you. You can you put it on the, are you on the WhatsApp platform?
So, but they can add it to.
We said that email.
Who is the administrator of the?
And
so you just
have
you?
Number.
Yeah. This,
Okay. Then just send me higher word to the platform. Just indicate that you're part of the platform. Yes. 86 87. Am I?
Tell him who you are. That's your talking.
I've not heard of them, but when you look right at the end of it,
I organize your party. And we talk about that. I'll come with
So don't worry, everything you need, we can give you a package, and that will put your. We got
like the former one.
I now.
Okay, so like how they have a platform, you also have.
Yeah, we got an application, and those who apply, we send them an email join the platform.
want to be out of the place and
Oh, okay, okay. Okay. Ah.
The person plays the invitation on the ground. So with that, can we join the? I mean, through that application.
Yes, yes.
If there is any app that you can click on.
There is a link on the website. On the even on our but there's a WhatsApp link. Click on it, you'll get in touch.
Oh, you have my number.
No, I had my mama had somebody. My thing got corrupted. Somebody entered. So I deleted. I informed
Yes, now we can settle down. Now we can settle down. Let's sit. Let's sit. Let's sit. Let's sit. Let's sit. Please, let's sit. We know you are tired, but let's sit. Finish it and let's go. Because the food is late, we are going to skip the conference workshop. We are going to skip the conference workshop. We are going to skip the conference workshop because the food is late. So before we move on, the Center for National Interest and Research is also having another conference coming up on 21st, which is a Thursday, 21st November, next month, 21st November, either here or in another place, which will be communicated on the centenary agenda initiative that they are bringing on board. But I don't want to bore you with that. I'll call on the executive director to briefly tell you about the centenary agenda initiative and also what is happening on the 21st of November 2024. And also it's open to the public. Everyone can be part of it. Thank you.
Hello. I heard somebody ask if it's free. Anything that is done by Center for National Interest is free, by the grace of God. Oh, okay, it's free. Oh, okay, by the grace of God. You know, I'm not used to these things. I want to talk normal. So it's free, by the grace of God. The Center for National Interest and Research is championing a particular goal. We don't know how many years God will give some of us on this earth. But through research, we found out that a lot of people in the past have initiated certain things voluntarily, freely, not because they want to have some material gains. Those things have moved some people along the line and pushed for what we call independence. After independence, some people want to be recognized for a particular thing. But in honesty, in truism, there were people who selflessly did certain things for this country. We've gotten to a stage where either we don't know them or we know them, but we don't want to talk about them. Out of research, we'll find out that there were certain bills that were passed in Parliament that are creating trouble today. And there are two of those bills which try to project a certain group of people. But there were people who selflessly have not done anything for this country. And there is this great man called Ndiwu Koyinka. He's a renowned international consultant. And because I'm also a consultant, I like to quote him. He said that, show me the heroes of your country, the heroes that the youth of your country look up to, then I will tell you the future of the country. And through a research, we found out that this is not how the founders or the initiators of our independence wanted our country to be or look like. Learning from the past, there were people like Jacob Wilson who founded the Aboriginal Right Protection Society. He voluntarily used his money to educate some people, build places at Central Region for where the first national capital was. This man did not get any money from any government or anybody. It was his own money. He did that for the country. Hired lawyers and people and went to UK to retrieve our lands for us as a country, free. He chartered a ship from here, got lawyers from Europe and other places. We don't talk about this person. Fortunately, unfortunately, we have one man called A.J. Okansi. Let me be very specific. Jacob Osise started from 1897 to 1920. The kind of people he brought up, he grew up selflessly, and a lot he did, we don't talk about it. The one man also came called A.J. Okansi from 1920 to 1947. And then from 1947 to 57, unfortunately, is the 10 years period that we always want to talk about. We don't talk about the past, the selfless people. And the Center for National Interest has taken it upon itself that the next 33 years, we just celebrated 67 years in the year 2024. It's on 6 March. Then 28 April 2024 was exactly 32 years of the Fourth Republic, 16 years of the 2 major political parties, NDC 16, MPP 16. Now we have 33 years from now, 2024, that our country is going to be 100 years. I don't know how many years God will want to give me on this earth, but within these 33 years, I want to be a part or initiator of something that will help a selfless contribution to the development of my nation and my community. And for that matter, at a point in time, I had a challenge to relocate from this country. And I've been to UK, US, friends, oh, come and stay here. But I wasn't moved by anything. But I remember that I prayed a prayer to God. Many people believe in so many things. And that prayer I prayed, God has answered it. And because he has answered it, and I asked certain specific things in that prayer in my room. And one of those specific things was giving birth of Center for National Interest, was also to champion the centenary agenda. So we're doing most of these things through what God has blessed us with. We have not gone to anybody for any sponsorship or anything yet, but by the grace of God, we have had communication with some international organizations and some institutions who wants to come on board to help us. And by the grace of God, we have gotten a secretariat, which is at Osu. Anybody who wants to be part of this, feel free and visit us. Under the centenary agenda, which was given birth by the Center for National Interest, we have the centenary agenda initiatives, and we have a conference coming on 21st. That conference is supposed to be here. But because this venue is under the Ministry of Information, they say from now till throughout the election, you are in election year. As an election year, politicians can create anything at any time, all of them, not a single one, all of them. Juicy to attract people, but it is coming on, and this venue is under them. So weekdays, we can't have any program here. Not only us, all the people who book this place in this period. So we are looking for a new venue after they communicated this to us. But 21st of November is going to come on. Now, what is the centenary agenda all about? We are saying the next 33 years, how do we want to see Ghana? The people who got the independence for us, they got only political independence, not social and economic independence. Now, it is time for us as citizens to be able to get involved and get our social and economic independence. That is where you and I can be free. I don't want to be a politician. I don't want to go to parliament or do anything. I want to be an ordinary citizen who can give impact or something significant to my country or my society. And at least I have people in the past who have done that. I have several calls from people, friends, community. Oh, come and represent us in parliament. Come and do. I said, I don't have that dream yet. But what I have now is that selflessly, I can contribute to the development of my country. I can contribute to people's welfare. And we talk about national interest. We are talking about security. The soldiers in uniform and other things, they do those security things. But we as human beings, the national interest is us. On the national television, I was asking people that the people we elect into political office, we are trying to talk about extreme partisan politics. How can we end it? Because extreme partisan politics is dividing us. It is not giving us as a country what we are supposed to get. Because people are using state resources, national resources that are meant for the country, for their personal interest and the party interest. And it's not developing the country the way it should go. How do we end it? We are in election year. The seriousness that politicians are putting on board in campaigning, if you and I can put the same seriousness in driving the national interest of the country, we are going to go far. After the election, in some few years, it ends. A government will be formed. It is not the party resources that that government is going to use to run the affairs of the country. It is the country's resources. So what do we do as individuals so that whatever national resources that are there for the governance of our country, it will benefit all of us? Through research, you find out that there are certain development that national resources are used to do in other communities and places since 1957 to even the Fourth Republic. If Party A comes to power and Party B started something, because it's not start in his time, they will not continue. But those things, it is national resources that are being used for it. And when those things are done, it will help to develop the various community and where we belong to. So we're saying that we set up the Centenary Agenda Secretariat to look at some of these things. We fall on communities and other, how we can collaborate with government. We are not competing with anybody. We are not political party. We are not competing with any politician. We want to see how we can collaborate with government so that when we collaborate with government, we'll be able to meet the needs of citizens. If you are doing something in my village as a politician by using government resources, and then the change of government, you don't do it. The very people who you form the party with, some of them live around those areas. You too, you drive around those areas. If the unfortunately happen, we have instances where some politicians have accidents at certain places where access to hospital is a problem. And some things that because those people don't join my party, I shouldn't do anything at that places, at those places. But it is national resources. It is not, I'm here to see the various political parties having farms, industries, businesses, generating their wealth to help the country. I haven't seen some yet. But the state has things that are supposed to be used for that. So we as citizens, we have a role to play. And I believe if our traditional leaders in their various areas really design their programs and know what they are about their community needs, no politician will come and give you a V8 and you take in and sacrifice your community because you know the needs of your community. So you ask the needs of the community. And by the grace of God, we are working in collaboration with the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Foreign Affairs. We are not competing with anybody. And some of our initiatives, when politicians want to buy it to campaign, we refuse. We say if you do it, we will come out because it is not for partisan purposes. So at the conference of the Center for the Centenary Conference, Initiative Conference that will come out, we have a booklet, the areas we want to touch to enhance our social and economic freedom. We have that. We want as many as can come to that conference and have access to some of these documents and see how we can collaborate. We are meeting government halfway so that we can develop our country. When I pass through some embassies and I see our youth queuing, yes, they can travel. Me, I have traveled before. But even if you give me White House or Buckingham Palace, I won't stay there. I want to live in this country. And I'm always grateful to God for the parents He gave me, the tribe I come from, the community I grew up. I am so happy. If God should give me an opportunity, there is reincarnation, those who believe to come back. I want God to bring to the same village, the same family, everything the same. because I'm very grateful for whatever God has done for me. To end it, the last time I was in Las Vegas, I saw a dam called Hoover Dam. People save monies in all parts of America and go and enjoy it there. The place is just like the northern part of this country. There's a dam called the Hoover Dam. My small dam in my village called the Palm Dam is even nicer than that dam. But people save a lot, go there to chill. Hotels are cheap. Everything is cheap over there. And I even, excuse me, I even touch the soil of that place to see if it's different from the one in my village. When I see the stretch of the stream from my village called Amedeka through to Adan, the island on it, the river banks, and to the estuary at Adan, and come back to a big tourist potential. What can we do to add value to these things? By the grace of God, Ghana is lying in the middle of the Greenwich Meridian and the equator. That place alone can be a big income for this country. I have a friend in the States. I believe he's some of these US security guys. He told me one day that, do you know Ghana is more richer than America? I said, it's not true. He said, look, what Dubai and Dubai and Singapore have done, that is what you are supposed to do. You can borrow and build certain infrastructures in this country, and you can connect the whole world to Ghana as the center, and the money you will make. But look at us. So I believe that through we don't even have an airline, the Pride that will fly in the air. We don't have. We have, but we have Polaris. Now, somebody has voluntarily got state resources land for us to develop. All we can do is to share it into pieces among ourselves. If we form a government and we are politicians, and the state resources that we have come to meet, we cannot protect or preserve it, but to share it among ourselves, then we have failed as leaders. And I don't even want to call them leaders. We have failed as politicians. And we should be able to see power to truth to power, not because of who we are related or what we'll get. It is about Ghana. I don't want to be known by any political color or anything. Me, I told people what I do, I go to everybody because I'm a citizen that have a right to do my business, to go about, to help people. So I believe that when we all come together as citizens, we'll be able to do something meaningful for our country. It is not bad people came to travel, but what are they doing? Are they running away because the country is hard? We want a situation to convince our politicians that the money is under their bedrooms, in their polytanks. They got it from this country. They should bring it. They should invest it in businesses, farms. People will get job to do. They won't go anywhere. You have the opportunity to steal, but put it in the certain areas so that people will get job, the youth will get job. They won't run to this anywhere. And we want to convince people that, look, we can do something for this country. We can have people running from other countries to come here and come and work and do other things. And this is some of the things that we are dreaming to do. We are dreaming to let it come to pass. And we believe that by the grace of God, it will come to pass. So when the day comes, we would like to see all of you. And to add to that, if you want to visit us in our office, you come. We are setting up the place. Unfortunately, we don't employ people. What we do is that we have various businesses. If you come on board, we want to make sure that you create a work for yourself. There's certain network or certain little resources you need to get what has to be done. We will help you do it. But whatever comes out of it, we are going to share it. So that at a certain point in time, if you want to go on your own and establish yourself, you should go. But you cannot work with us more than 5 or 10 years. The minimum is 5 years. Maximum is 10 years. You should be able to have your own business at that time through what we are doing. And we believe that by so doing, we want to move our entrepreneurs, job seekers to job creators, our entrepreneurs to wealth creators. We want to be proud to count people who have hundreds we can call them 100 years. People have 1,000, we can call them 1,000 years. We can identify and call them 1,000 years. Want to have people who are millions, we can call us millionaires. We have people who are billions, we can call them billionaires. And the network will enhance the development of our country, the social and economic freedom of our country. Thank you very much.
We can do it better. Okay. Director has spoken about a lot of things. And when you come on 21st, you can hear more. So 21st, we'll be expecting you to join us once again. Mr. Adi said some people have been asking him about the law finder that he has developed. And he normally sells it at a cost of 500 cedis, but because of this conference and for your participation, he's going to give it to you at a cost of 300 cedis. So call this number, his number. I'm giving you his number. So take his number. Mr. Adi's number. His office is located at Accra Sports Stadium. Accra Sports Stadium. Enter the Accra Sports Stadium where National Sports Authority's office there. He's downstairs. You'll see Mr. Adi. So his number is 0244 269594. 0244 269594. Get a copy of the legal software, use it, and see the magic that you can do with it. I'm also introducing you to my book. Everyone who came here, please try and get one. It's a practical commercial mediation book. This one, I'm not launching it. The people were saying, have you launched it? Why should I launch the book now? Now I'm not launching book. When I grow up and become a kokra, that's why I'll be launching my book. Now, when I write it, I put it on the market for people to buy. So you can get a copy. It's just 100 cedis. The information in it is more than 100 cedis. So buy it and use it for your benefit. If you have any question, my contact, everything is there. You can call me. You can have more discussions on mediation. Okay, so moving on. Now, it's time for conference resolution. Let's do a conference resolution, what we want to do next after this conference. What does the future holds for us as paralegals and those who are interested in forming an association so that we can have a professional body that paralegals can say that we have this. The the African Center for Collaborative Dispute Resolution, in collaboration with other agencies, started some paralegal groupings and other agencies. So now we have, we came up with a name, which going forward, knowing what we can make up from here, we can put up the name, then we can work on that. Through that, we can have a professional body and all of us can benefit from it. Then we also talk about next year conference. How do you want us to do it? Do we host it for 3 days, 1 week? Or how do you want it? What time? Because the legal vacation, we have to look at how the legal vacation is done so that we can have our conference also within, so that we can have other stakeholders also joining us, so that it won't be like, oh, we are too busy to come. And also sometimes the civil society, when you do conference on weekends, if it is not something that they are going to stay, it's difficult to get them. So we can combine all these things. So we will take your suggestions and all that. Then the centenary agenda on 21st, we'll be expecting you. Then the other key issues that we can do as a group that we have met here, we can also talk about it. Maybe we did not discuss the workshop groups, but also we can talk about it. Recognition of paralegals and legal executives, we can talk about it whilst we are doing the conference resolution. We can also do digital tools and techniques for paralegal and legal executives. Then the workshop 3 is about human rights advocacy, legal aid, and dispute solution in paralegal and legal executive practice. So we can come again. The award, yes. And the award will be done through the conference during the next year conference. So when we do what we are planning is that we'll do CPDs, conferences, workshops, Then the last day, we do the award ceremony. Then after that, we go. So that is why we're saying that those who will be nominated will be lucky to participate in the conference. Maybe if you have to pay some fees, they won't pay anything. They will come. And even if they don't win any award, they will enjoy the conference for free. So that is what we can do for them. So let's start. If Stephen, if you can help me with the microphone so that you can go around. Yes. As conference resolution, we want to take your input. Starting from when do you think we should organize our conference and whether it should be 1 day, 2 days, and you are willing to pay for the conference? Yeah, so once we are taking on how the conference should be organized, we want to know how the setting should be done, whether a location, maybe from Accra, away from Accra or any other location where you can sleep, accommodation will be provided and all that. So we can talk about that. So we need your input.
I suggest 2 or 3 days intensive conference and with housing, as you just said, so that if there can be some payments or the team should also be able to seek for funding, other local and externally, to also subsidize for the cost so that you can engage more participants. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yes, there is a hand here. Okay, take that one.
Okay, thank you very much. I also think today being Saturday, it's a day for workers to rest and do other things, and it's really tedious for them to come out for this particular program. So we really need a holiday that will be added up to it. A holiday that can be added up to it. Thank you.
I didn't hear you well. A holiday that can be added up to.
For instance, we have a public holiday in addition to the Saturday.
Come again, sorry.
Where we may have a public holiday because workers, most of us are workers.
Okay, so you are saying that when we are planning, it should fall on a public holiday because we already know the public holidays.
Because today is Saturday.
Yes.
It's a day for workers to rest and do their normal things.
Yes.
And then we are here.
Yes.
So in addition, we can look for a situation where we have a holiday in addition to the Saturday.
Holiday, some people, okay, that's your suggestion.
So that, yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, let's move on. Come to this side. Or come there. I think our chiefs and queen mothers want to talk, so come to them. This will come to you. Come here first, yeah.
Good evening, everybody.
Please capture all the suggestions when we finish, then we'll filter them.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I think it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. My little suggestion here is that we can do 3 days. So it will be 2 nights, 3 days.
Okay.
Then if we can do it regional basis, because it's not everybody that can travel. If we center everything in Accra here. So if we pick central region, we can just put the notice and notify people and give them more room. That's okay. We'll be coming to central region, we'll come to western region or the northern region so that people can prepare adequately.
So if I understand you should do it for Accra, for central region, for eastern, for this one is going to take a national form. So if you are moving to central, all of us should be able to, that will also serve as a source of tourism for us. For some of us who don't know maybe central region and some of the tourist landmark.
The reason why I'm saying this is where I come from. I know the reason I'm saying this because somebody who said he would not like to travel that far away from the central region to Accra to attend this kind of conference. So let's take that opportunity and move the office like what we are doing right now to maybe to the central region and subsidize if we can get some funds from somewhere to support it and subsidize it as well. Because I believe that when we move from region to region, there are a lot of people that we are going to get on board and just for them to understand or educate them about this paralegal program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think now I wanted to say something.
So I am suggesting 2 nights, 3 days event. It can be anywhere in Ghana because we are all Ghanaians. And I also suggest that it should be a residential conference so that we can get more time to even do, sections where areas of interest, we can share experience in our practices and all that. Then it can be subsidized so that the participants might pay something small. We will get donors to, also support it so everybody can come on board. And then where workers or former workers or people who work in corporate service are concerned, I believe that if you are told you are traveling to Togo for a conference, you pack your bag and go. So let's make time for some of these things. If there's a conference coming up, I'm sure we'll be giving ample time. You can take a day or 2 leave from work so that you can join if it is a priority to you. So let's not limit ourselves because of our work and all that. This is also work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, a small contribution. I agree with 3 days and 3 nights, 2 nights. And then as we are present here, we form one family. So I suggest immediately we open up one platform and then we give it a name. Then judging from where people are coming from, I think the next conference should be outside Accra just to balance things up. Then again, it should be payable. We must pay at all cost. You understand? We've been here, breakfast free, lunch about free, air conditioning, lights free. In fact, things should not be free, apart from the free SHS. Praise the Lord, hallelujah, somebody. So this one should be paid. We are going to sleep nights, mattresses here and there each morning, afternoon, 3 good days. It must be paid. Then we'll be sharing, our views. Like today, we've been here. Exactly what are we taking home? I think we all agreed that licensing, these are professions, should be licenses. What is the procedure? They should be stamped and then taken up to the accreditation board in Ghana. They should, teachers' right, essential, medicals' right. So why the paralegals? We should stamp on authority. This all should be reflecting in a conference. I totally agree for this conference outside Accra, and it must be payable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I'll take one more for in respect of how we went the conference to be.
Yeah, to me, I also agree with the 2 nights and 3 days. You also asked of the venue. I would suggest that this time around, we know our universities are on recessions. Maybe we can look at the appropriate ones so that maybe we collaborate with them and then we do it in one of the universities. We can use their facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. I think so. All the people who have spoken so far, the understanding I'm getting is you want 2 days, 3 nights. So 3 days, 2 nights. Okay, so that's the understanding I'm getting. Then it should be payable. We seek for sponsorship. Okay, then somebody also said that as for the platform, we have a platform for the conference already. So those who are not on it, talk to the person sitting beside you. The person is on it. They will put your number there and you add you. They will put your number there and we'll add it. Just put the person's name and number or add the person. So these are 3 days, 2 nights. Those that are in favor of that, let me hear you say aye. Those against say no. Oh, the ayes have it. So the conference has agreed that we are having 3 nights, 2 nights, 3 days. Yes, an issue. So it is residential, and it is what? Payable. But we'll look to see where we'll get sponsorship. Okay, so that is about the next year conference. So once we are having 3 nights, then the last 2 nights, then the last night will be the night for the award. Come again. No, I'm saying that the second night, not the last. I'm saying when I say last night, it means the second night. So the second night will be the awards night, so that we can do the awards. Then the next day we depart. Are we okay on that? All right, thank you. Then let's move on to the paralegal, the organization, the association, putting ourselves together. What do you suggest? Let me hear from you. Yes, George.
Sir, please, I would like to take you back.
This is why we are not in the classroom. So
yes, but it was a special request.
Okay.
I had wanted to ask through this medium. My request has to do with a cost for the civil society organization. In fact, some of us have been volunteering for the past 14, 15 years with our own resources. And we've made some kind of impact in the society. So my team are here. I would like to, put this request to if some level of the cost can be waived for the with the civil society organizations in order to participate successfully. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think when we get there, we'll look at the varieties and how the modalities will be, how we are able to subsidize, get sponsorship. If we get sponsorship, okay, somebody wants to say something there.
Okay, let me start. Before you said you wanted the last person to speak on the conference. I raised my hand, but because the last person was mentioned before I came in. Okay. I could hear subsidies, get sponsorship. It looks like there'll be a challenge when it comes to payment. So I think there's a new body that's starting up. Looking at 2-day conferencing, night, residential, it will not work. People are asking for subsidies, sponsorship. So it's raising a red flag. For next year, I would recommend that maybe we start with regional basis, non-residential. Maybe 2 years later, we can do the residential. That time, because most paralegals are voluntary. They're doing voluntary work. So we've got to check that red flag that's coming up. Sponsorship, subsidies, residential.
Thank you. So do we go back to the decision that we took?
Let's start. Yeah.
Sorry, we have to take you back, but I think I agree with my sister because, like she said, it's a voluntary something. And then secondly, we are quite a number in this room. And if I know 2 or 3 suggestions came up, usually if you want to take such a decision, maybe you would like to do some sampling, do some small, maybe take some 5, 6 questions around the people involved, and then you test the waters to see whether when you start something like that, it will work. But if you just...
But the no's were, there were no no's.
No,
sometimes
you need time to think about the whole thing. So you can't quickly agree to whatever is on the table.
Okay, all right.
So please, let's just
Thank you.
take
Stephen,
time
bring
and
the
do well.
microphone to Nana. She wants to say something.
Thank you. I actually have a question for you. Who is your target audience?
When you say audience, is the people here?
Only the people here? Are you opening it up to everybody?
Yes, everyone who is interested, like the
Yeah,
way you
because
came.
the way Ghana is now, people are suffering. And if you want them to participate, the cost must be extremely low. If you start bringing in money, you will send most people away and there'll be only a few of us participating. You might miss why you started organizing this in the first place.
Yes, we are looking at sustainability. This one for today, for instance, is coming from one institution, sponsoring all the cost, everything here. So is the institution able to sponsor us forever? That is the question we should ask ourselves. If the institution cannot sponsor us forever, what do? We look for alternatives. And that is why I ask, how do we move on? Starting from next year, when we want to meet and have a conference, what do we do so that we are able? That's why some people shared those suggestions and I posed the question. All right.
Yeah, so to sustain it, we do need the money. We need people to pay. Understood. So then you, the organizers, need to make up your mind and kind of know that you're not going to get, you might not get a greater part of people participating. You'll get only a few people. If that's what you're going for, some of us can pay, no problem, thank God, but most people might not be able to pay.
Okay. Steve, give it to Robert. Director, I'll come to you.
Okay, I think that's why we need to create a professional body so that we can pay dues to fund such projects. Because to speak of a conference, international best practices, I don't see a conference being done in a day. It looks like it's fully packed. If we get, let's say, 48 hours, 3 days, like we are more abreast with what is being shared, the knowledge being shared over there. So I think, first of all, let's fight in creating a professional body. I don't know if there are conversations going on, if there are timelines.
That's the next question I wanted us to talk about. Yes. Before they brought
Then
this
we
one
can
again.
find mechanisms. If we are to pay dues, we are to find something that will also generate income for us to support these kind of conferences, because it has to, we have nurses, assistant doctors, where they also have these professional bodies. And I feel they also go for such conferences, which also throw more light on their work. So we have to sacrifice to get what we want. If we are looking at it holistically, that people are suffering. So let's also think about that everybody is suffering. You have to sacrifice to get what you want.
All right, thank you. So moving on, this brings us to the question of the whether or not, how do we want to move on from here? That's the next question I asked. Do we put ourselves together as a paralegal body to be registered as a professional body? That's the decision conference has to take. So that from there, if we need to put an interim team together where they will start working, then we do it. And that is the question that I posed before all this thing came in again. I'll hear from Mr. Okante, then I'll come to Director and we'll move on.
Thank you. One of the earlier speakers talk about if we want to be successful, then we should take advantage of technology. So in this era where expenditure or cash is difficult to come by, technology is there to assist us do a lot of things. Well, if we first form a platform and then it's in the name of an association which we all want to belong, I think the organizers can create a forum where we all meet on Google Meet, the Google Meet app. We can hold a meeting for 1 hour sitting in our homes, and we can start these discussions and issues. If it becomes interesting and then people realize value of what we want to create, holding a conference will be eminent. It will not be difficult. People will accept because the foundations have been laid. You can be in WA, you can be in Western region and be part of this Google meeting. So please, I think that we should start gradually, step by step. And if the idea is well established and accepted, then we can go in for conferencing, meeting physically in an area, either at regional basis or national basis, depending upon the realistic issues at the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's come to the front row. Come to the front row for me. Please, we'll come back. Mr. Adi, then Director will speak.
Thank you, senior man. You've spoken a lot about technology, and it is very good that we meet on social media to do one or two things, which is very important. And I believe we've created a platform where most of the people are on already. What we're looking at as at now, technology is good, but sometimes we need a human feeling, one-on-one basis, for you to feel that you belong. Yes, computer can do everything, but cannot do all the things that we need to do. Probably I need to see Mr. Okanse face to face. I've seen him only on the platform on a very fine face. But when I saw him, he looked uglier than what I thought. Don't allow technology to take your personal feelings away from somebody that you want to touch. So it is good that we do it the way you want it. Probably through social media, WhatsApp, Zoom, and all those. I believe in that. But let us not forget that you cannot see somebody's emotion on social media. It might be fake. With all due respect, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Adi, thank you. Let's move to Director.
Thank you very much. I think this is just the beginning of it. Next year is quite, yes. And what I will suggest is that if we try to get some volunteers, some people who have been involved in some organizations, some conferences, they should come on board. We will, or people who know how to solicit for funds and other things. I think if we want to do the residential one, there are some hotels that give some discounts on certain things. It's all about how we package ourselves. We also have some international organizations like some embassies who are also working with some paralegals. They also have some funds there to support certain things. And the most important thing is, if you are going to seek for sponsorship, how well are you organized or how you package yourself? It's not that they'll go and take the money or they get a sponsorship and this person passes here. This one will tell you, I went to bring this. And a whole lot of things. Some organizations would like to give us, maybe somebody will say, I'll sponsor part of the venue, or I'll give you the water, or I'll give you the food and other things. So I'm looking at us, if we agree that this conference should be going on yearly, then we have to get strategy, get a team to be working on it, get people who are expert in fundraising and some networking so that we can see how best we plan that. I'm thinking that initially, but that's my thought. It's like in September, around September to October, there is general legal vacation. Most lawyers and the courts are not too busy. But since we are not working with only those who work with the courts, I hear somebody suggesting a holiday. But I think there are periods in the year that pressure or tensions of certain group of people comes down, and we have to look within that period. I think September, October, if it's not because of the election year, there are a lot of people or institutions that would like to approach. And during that legal vacation period, I think those who work with the court. I think the judicial service staff have their conferences first, then the lawyers follow, and then the judges and magistrates also follow. So either we see a period within that will come earlier than them or between them, so that we can also. I want to say that paralegal is a serious business, depending on how you organize yourself or you train yourself. It's just that, like somebody said, some of our friends, lawyers, they do certain basic things that automatically are paralegal works. And like some are thinking that they don't want, but there are very good lawyers who will think that the paralegal should also be. So there is freedom of association, professional body. Let's come together and do something. The space is big. We also have our, whether I put up a hut, a mud house, or I got a bricks or block, it's still a house. Because in the States, people have iron sheet buildings, some wood, and it's well decorated, and they are living in it, very expensive. But here in Ghana, unless we see a block building plastered, we don't see any other thing as a building. So if we are paralegals, they are lawyers, they are that, then we package ourselves well. I think seeking for funds or going to organizations to help us will not be a problem. So there is always a way to start something. So if we agree that it should be 2 days, 1 night, or what?
No, 2 nights, 3 days.
2 nights, 3 days. Then we should agree on a particular period. Let us be frank. It is September, it is October, it is July. Let's get that period. Then we know the day or the day in that month. If it's 15th, second week or third week, then we get the day within. So if it is September, then we know from now we have to start planning to look for the venue and then raising the funds and all that. But I want to say that whatever it is, Center for National Interest will still like to subsidize something free to help, whatever it is. So let's see what we can do.
Okay, thank you, Director.
Mr. Okante, you've spoken well. But once my grandfather told me, in times of crisis, you don't take major decisions. Otherwise, you take a foolish decision. We are in crisis. Let us not take a major decision. Allow time to pass. Let the water flow for a while. Let's go home, sleep, ponder over it, and come back with an answer. When you tell me right now, I'll tell you no, because I'll be taking a foolish decision by the advice of my grandfather. Thank you.
Okay, I think last person, yes, you've been, yes, last person.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Your
name?
I'm Dela.
Dela from where?
Home Joy Foundation.
Okay.
Yeah. I want to agree with the earlier 2 speakers, those who just came after me. One, looking at a conference like this, as it stands now, all that we are discussing, some people are just at sea. They don't know what exactly is happening. Excuse me to say, because they just came for a paralegal conference. They are yet to know the nitty-gritty details about the whole thing. So I will suggest that let us reschedule this discussion. 1, 2, if possible, let's form a committee. Let us have a data about each and every one, a biodata about each and every one, know what exactly they do. Some people can write very good proposals to help us in future. I thank God Center for National Interest and Research, they've taken that interest by supporting. And I know there are other people who may also come on board to also assist. And going forward, for us not to keep so long at meeting like this, when it comes to resolutions, let us get recorders, people who can easily come out with a resolution. They just read, okay, this is a communique, this is a resolution, 1, 2, 3, 4. Those who agree with this, then we go. If not, we may be discussing one point and not finish on time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now let's move on. I think we have combined most of the things that we want to move on the professional body and then when to organize the conference. I think the organizers will go back, think about it, and also give you feedback on the decision that we took earlier. Then on the issue of recognition, I think I had a discussion with the director of Center for National Interest and Research. African Center for Collaborative Dispute Resolution, we have trained some people, a number of people, and also we have other sister organizations in Nigeria and also Kenya. Based on that, we have put together an organization so that if the conference agree, that organization will become a professional body for us that will register it here, although it will serve as the Ghana chapter, but we'll register it here as a professional body. Then we will be running through that. So every activity that we'll be doing it together with the Center for National Interest and Research, and we'll be doing that. So the name of the organization, it's not going to do only about paralegal, but we combine other, sense paralegals can do other things. So the name of the organization is Chartered Institute of Negotiators, Mediators, Arbitrators, and Paralegals in Africa. So I'm repeating the name again. Chartered Institute of Negotiators, Mediators, Arbitrators, and Paralegals in Africa. This is going to be a professional body to regulate both the people that I have mentioned, so that all the institutions that are training, they can also bring their members under it. So the center will serve as a body. This institute will serve as a body that will regulate the people within. So we are going to have chapters across the African countries so that we can also function through that. The time will come that we may need to even travel outside Africa for conference. I've been asked for questions. Why is somebody, why is your hand up? Yes.
My name is Asante Joseph. As we haven't registered our professional body, I joined Chartered of Taxation some years back, and they didn't have chartered. They haven't been registered by DINE. So all those people who were having their certificate was not valid. Because as at that time, they were not able to say that they are accountants or they are this or that. It took them over 10 years. From there, I joined another group called Chartered Administrators and Many Consultants. They have a very nice building heading towards Broadway EB, just after SZA University. They do the same thing. So if we want to register as a professional body, we should sit down, see to it that where do we fall and what do we want to do? If it is ADR that you're going to charter, if it is what we are going to, then we take one. But if you combine all this, I beg you, with managing consultants, I have plenty of their certificates. But it's seriously to work with.
So when you talk about you have their certificate, what was the purpose of acquiring the certificate? What do you want to use it for that you couldn't use it for?
One, because it wasn't recognized and by NAB. Because NAB was saying that we have Management Consultants Association in Ghana, we have some IPMSA. So we were combined all this with administration.
So now have they registered as a professional body?
They have, they are saying that they have the presenter charter. But when you have their certificate and go out, nobody is recognizing.
If you said you have their certificate, what do you want to use the certificate for? That is the issue.
Boss, accreditation was a problem. And as I speak now.
No, if you are looking at Professional Body Regulation Act, it is not about using it to seek for further education. The professional bodies are allowed to do trainings to bring in members, qualified members to join them. So that is why I'm finding it difficult to understand that. What were you going to use their certificate for? Were you using it to further your education or what? Because if you cannot use, if it is a professional certification, it is for your professional growth and to enhance your ability within your professional environment.
Good. Even using the certificate for job was a problem. Using the certificate to look for a job.
So you, if I understand, so it means that you didn't have any background of education, but you acquired those certificates and you wanted to use it for job.
I was then having diploma in business studies accounting from Cape Coast Polytechnic.
Okay.
So that was a certificate. After acquiring series of their certificates, that's what I use to secure a job. So if we want to do this one, please let us sit down and then plan it well. I support Mr. Adi. So please let us sit down. I support him very well. I know him because he has been helping me sometimes.
Okay. Somebody is at the back. Go on. You. So please, you can go ahead. Yes. Let's hear from you.
Well, I only wanted to.
Please, we want you to speak to the mic so that we can capture it.
Okay. Probably my suggestion is that
Yes.
there are organizers for this meeting. Take the responsibility and lead us. Propose a name for the professional body, but I would want to suggest that we should do something akin to what we have for the lawyers, what we have for other bodies in Ghana. I heard you talk about an organization in Nigeria. We want to be Ghana chapter. Let's do something for Ghana. Paralegals in Ghana. Then we have it a name, we register it. All the institutions that are involved in paralegal activities take their authority from you to function. And then we create the kind of secretariat that we need to make it grow. That's my suggestion.
All right. Thank you. I think I'll take only one. Then after that, I'll take a closing remarks from the chairperson. After that, we'll say our closing prayer and we depart from here. When we depart, you take your lunch. If you want to eat it here, you sit down and eat. After eating, you can go or you can take it away.
Thank you. He started something, but he didn't conclude. You know, we really have to get ourselves understand with academic qualification so that if you have a diploma or you have a first degree, and then you are able to go through the executive master's program of ADR and Paralegal, doesn't mean you have a master's degree. So you cannot go to an establishment with that and say you have a master's degree and then they will take it. That's why it's an executive qualification and it's a special qualification. So you need academic qualification of a diploma, first degree, second degree, or PhD. And then this one become a special field for you in addition to your academic qualification. Thank you, Enoga.
All right. So one more lady. One more lady. One more lady. Okay, so per the recognition, the conference is saying that the organizers should go back and think about a name for you. Is that the agreement from the conference? Yes, propose a name for you. Is that the agreement? Oh, I don't hear you. Is that the agreement?
Isaac is talking to Africa. I think Mr. Ade also have something. And what is, I think we either look at Chartered Institute of Paralegals and Legal Executives or Association of Paralegal and Legal Executives. We can have the Africa one where we'll have part, but like Ghana, we have talked about ADR Acts. We've talked about the Lawyers Profession Acts. We talk of legal aid. But the paralegals and legal executive in Ghana, we don't have any law governing us. But we are practicing. You see, sometimes you practice something, if there is no problem, you don't have a problem. But if a law governing you and you work within the law, something happens, the law will defend you. And all we are trying to ask is, those of us in Ghana who are paralegals and legal executives, there is no law governing or law frame that is governing our movement in this issue. Let's get something. So I think we should look at the Mr. Ade's association or the charter. And before you charter, there must be some workshop and you run a course for people. At least there should be about 60 people before you can charter. So from our institution, we can go to charter depending on how we want to do it. I believe that next year, by the grace of God, we have the Chartered Institute of Legal Executives. They are in UK, I'm a member. And the way they do their things, they have a framework. And they do their thing, they work as if they are lawyers, but they have limits. And you can move from there to become a solicitor or a barrister if you want to. You don't need to have a legal background before you join. So I think with the help of the universities that are running general paralegal courses in some institutions, I have seen lawyers from law school who have told me that if it has not been a paralegal at the court, after their law school, the Makola, there are some professionals with the court who help them through how court works. It is not about sitting in a classroom and learning something. And so they don't play with those people. And they can show you the way through them. So we need that professional recognition, that professional thing like the other institutions have and they have law. So that, like we said, fortunately, we have an attorney general here. They will guide us to how we'll go through and get an MP or parliament to give us some recognition and acts, just like the Alternative Dispute Resolution, the ADR Acts, so that we can have paralegal and legal executive acts. Then from there, we can also be moving towards other levels like the Africa and other things. So let's see how we can. So we'll propose the name. I think we have the name. Mr. Adi talks about Association of Paralegal and Legal Executives. And I think Paralegal Legal Executives of Ghana or national something. So we'll put it on the platform so that other people can also give us other names. Then we look at the first, I think we are doing the professional body. We need about 60 people, 60 and above, 51. So that we'll bring the names together and we'll do the registration process. At least we have that body. It's going to help us. It is a body that will help us as paralegals and legal executives so that how we work, how we should be recognized. And if it happens like that, I know paralegal who open law firms with lawyers. So that the work you are doing, when they take 10 CDs and yours is 5 CDs or 2 CDs, you should get it. It is not what they want, then they pay you because you are a professional. Your services will be what? Recognized. And I know some lawyers who are paying their paralegals very well because they know what they are giving to them. So I think we should look at that.
Okay. Thank you, Director. Okay, so this is also the month of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So if you can see the creation in the room, we are using it to remember all the breast cancer patients and also those who are suffering for it, and to also remind ourselves that we should continue to educate the people about breast cancer, and so that we can reduce the rates that it is affecting our people. Okay, so we want to thank all of you for joining us today. Before we take the closing remarks from the chairperson, we want to also thank the AG's rep for staying true because it's not easy. Some of them will just come and deliver their notes and just walk away. He has done so well. Thank you, sir. I want to also thank CHRAJ, Rep. Thank you so much for staying through the program. Then, Nananom Nime Name, we are grateful to all of you. Thank you for joining us. We are so grateful. And to the media house, the people who are coordinating the activity, my volunteers and everyone, you've done so well. Thank you so much. I give a direction. Yes, so those who want to visit the office, as I showed you, is at Osu Gillette Pharmacy. Just type Osu Gillette Pharmacy. It will tell you that the office has been closed, but just use it and come. When you come to Gillette Pharmacy, that junction, you see a tall building, the last floor. That is where Center for National Interest and Research is. When you go there, you can have discussion with them. The centenary agenda, the secretariat is also there. If you want to have more understanding about what is happening and everything, we want to thank all of you. We'll now take the closing remark from the chairperson, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. I think we have spent a lot of time already, so I'll just keep my closing remarks brief. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this program for coming up with such a brilliant idea. Having sat through the program, we can all testify that it's a good initiative. We have also come to realize that there's a lot of work to be done. So I think that going forward, the conveners or the organizers will take up that mandate. I believe that we have shared a lot of ideas, and we will continue the conversation going forward. I thank you for your support in chairing this meeting, this conference. Thank you very much for coming.
All right, thank you, Honorable Chair, for thanking us. His name is Lionel Seku Esquire. So if you need any, I'm not advertising for him, but if you need any legal advice, you can see him. He will help you out. Thank you so much I called him on the late hour that I want him to come and chair the program. And he said, oh, why not? I'll come. And he has indeed come. Thank you so much for joining us. And would like to thank you once again. Is there any Muslim among us? Any Muslim? Any Muslim? Okay. Or any Muslim, we want somebody to do the closing prayer. I think the earlier MC announced that it will be a Muslim to do the opening prayer. So I want to stand on that protocol. I don't want to breach it. That's the reason why I'm asking. If you have somebody here. Yes, so please join me here.
Let's pray. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Amen. So Nando, please take your food outside, and there's a seat there for you to sit and eat, or if you want to go home because of time, please, you are free to do so. Thank you. Until we see you again next year. It's bye-bye from here. We'll be expecting some of you on 21st November. We are grateful to have you. Thank you. Thank you.
I need your number.
You want to collect my props now? So, okay, but come on, now.
My people down, don't stop. Time they cool down, don't stop. Plenty enemies don't talk. Silence money, don't shout. I saw you pop champagne, I bad am no. Matilda, I want him yo. I saw you pop champagne, I bad am no. Matilda, I want him yo. Heaven, I wanna ride. Heaven, I wanna ride. Heaven, I wanna ride. I want you. Heaven, I wanna ride. Heaven, I wanna ride. Heaven, I wanna ride. I want you. Get up, stand up, do your thing. Don't worry, do your thing. With it, step back to party. I fought 3 months while I got it. Until my friend failure, then you ever see me outside. Near to say me outside. That's how I say, God, the education. Take on say the very son. I pass on me, the fire's still burning. The was just the bad. I saw you pop champagne, I bad no. Matilda, I want you. I saw you pop champagne, I bad no. Matilda, I want you. Heaven, I want to Heaven, I want to ride. Heaven, I want to ride. I want you. Heaven, I want to ride. Heaven, I want to ride. Heaven, I want to ride. I want you. Brother, so, brother, sister. And if you friend ya, better oka. Nipa kasache, ya me better. Nipa kasache, ya me better. I don't know, I don't know. Take your time, no, yeah, I did it, and I did it. You know, yeah, so easy. So you go pop champagne, I about them. Matilda, I want you. Heaven, I want to ride. Heaven, I want to ride. Heaven, I want to ride. I want you. Heaven, I want to ride. Heaven, I want to ride. Heaven, I want to ride. I want you. Mighty cool down, don't stop. Time they cool down, don't stop. Plenty enemies don't talk. Silence money, don't shout. I saw you pop champagne, I bad no. Matilda, I want you. I saw you pop champagne, I bad no. Matilda, I want you. Heaven, I wanna ride. Heaven, I wanna ride. Heaven, I wanna ride. I want you. Heaven, I wanna ride. Heaven, I wanna ride. Heaven, I wanna ride. I want you. Get up, stand up, do your thing. Don't worry, do your thing. With it, step back to party. I fought 3 months while I got it. Until my friend failure, then you ever see me inside. Near to say me inside. That's how I say, God, the education. Take on say the very son. I pass on me them. The fire still burning. The was just the bad. I saw you pop champagne, I bad no. Matilda, I want you. I saw you pop champagne, I bad no. Matilda, I want you. Heaven, I want to ride. Heaven, I want to ride. Heaven, I want to ride. I want you, heaven, I want to ride. Heaven, I want to ride. Heaven, I want to ride. I want you, Rebecca, so, Rebecca, and if you friend ya, Betoka, Nipa Casace, Yamibek, Nipa Casace, Yamibek. I don't know, I don't know, let your time know that. Yeah, I did it, and I get it, you know, that's so easy. I saw you pop champagne, I bad oh. I want you, heaven, I want to ride, heaven.